Good evening, everybody. It is I, Undead Viking, coming to you live from Moorhead, Minnesota, my gaming dojo. It is December 16th, 2015. This is the weekly Alaboom. I have the stalwarts with me, the ever-loquacious Barry,
Hey, what's up?
and, of course, the professional hanger-on who now gets noticed for being a professional hanger-on, Keith McDonald. Collins.
How's it going? How's it going?
So, guys, have you finished your Christmas shopping?
Yes.
I suppose if I actually did any, but
You don't buy any? You don't Christmas shop?
well, kind of. The wife did most of it, and I did a little bit, which requires me not getting out of my chair because Amazon's everything.
Yeah, Amazon makes it way too easy. I have thought that I was done Christmas shopping probably 5 times. I mean, other than like stuff I gotta send to like my niece and nephew or something like that. But I mean, like as far as my family goes, like I'm like, oh, I'm done shopping, and then like I'll see something or I'll see a ad for something or I'm like, wait a minute, that looks really cool.
I picked up stuff for my mom and a few things for my kids here and there, but the wife bought both of our gifts at once, so I didn't really do anything there because we just ordered new iPads, and that took care of that.
Oh.
I did buy games for all of my employees at work, though.
Like what kind of games?
Just gateway games, a bunch of Roll For It, Welcome to the Dungeon, Love Letter, Snake Oil, that kind of stuff.
So stuff, yeah, and then you're gonna have like a gaming day or something to teach it all, or?
I gave it all out. I said it's all games I own, and if you want me to teach it to you, I'll be glad to do so. And I explained a little bit about each one and let people pick what type of games they were most interested in, and then threw those at them.
Very nice. Barry, did you buy any games for anybody?
Yeah, but I have a few. I'm still thinking about that 1775 for my nephew. And then what I got my one niece, the Yellow Games, the Tortoise and the Hare, that series. I forget what they call that.
The Tales and Games series.
Yeah, I got him the last 2 of them, and that should complete her set.
We just got the newest one of that recently.
Yeah, I'm still waiting. Miniature Market is supposed to be delivering them this week sometime. And that's about it, I think.
Yeah. I hooked my nephew on Spyfall this summer, and so his grandma, my mom, got him that. I had to track down a copy for her. But what is that? Sounded like somebody was jangling a line of cans or something behind him. But no, so I had that, and as far as other games, no. I mean, I did during my last session of D&D this past weekend. I dumped a bunch of games on each guy in my gaming group. They all actually made it for the session, so I gave them each a handful of games that I just wasn't going to play. And I said, look, I realize you're probably never going to play these unless I'm around, but it's just like here, and I tried to give them stuff that like would fit, playing with their families or with their other friends and stuff like that. So I mean, that was nice. I mean, it was cool. It was good to get rid of all that stuff. It was just stuff I wasn't getting played anyway, and just give it a good home kind of thing.
Yeah.
So there you go. But other than that, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just like I get games for Christmas occasionally. My Secret Santa, I don't know what I got, but my Secret Santa, I got my gifts. They're wrapped up, so I did not. I'm not. I don't know what they are, but sent me a couple of them. And they're underneath the tree now, so that's pretty cool. I'm always a little bit worried, just like, oh, okay, it's just like, am I gonna buy the game, that I asked for or whatever? But So, but other than that, just like I don't know, my wife has like gone on to Board Game Geek and like found a game that I wanted or something and like bought it for me. And so I have a couple of those games. And even if the games turn out not to be good, there's no way I can get rid of them because she bought them for me. So, like, I'll always own a copy of the Ares Project because she purchased it for me.
Yeah. I didn't ask for any games this year. I got so many unplayed games from BBG-Con and all that, and I just want to catch up a little bit.
You were cleaning house at BBG-Con, man.
That's the first time since May I bought anything. You know?
You were a kid in a candy store there. I mean, and luckily you drove, so you didn't have to deal with that ridiculous FedEx station. But admittedly, they were understaffed and a bit swamped. But yeah, whatever. It's that's neither here nor there. So I mean, we're getting close to the end of the year.
Yep.
It's been a good year for gaming for you.
I would have liked to got more in, just the situation here with Jen and the father-in-law and all that. But other than that, it's been alright. Yeah.
Now I know, Collins, you've been playing like crazy, so.
Off and on, I've had great months of gaming, and I've had just droughts of nothing mixed in there. I had one month where I only played like 9 games. I had another month where I played 80. So it just depends. But I had good cons this year. Overall, I think all the cons I went to, I had a really good time. Didn't con the least, probably, because it felt like all I did was walk and not play. But I had great times and great experience at every single convention I went to. So, yeah, it was a good year for gaming. There are good games this year. Good people, so I can't complain.
Yeah, I mean, Gen Con, the more I think about it, like the more I'm just really certain that I am not going. The more I think about it, I mean, I might miss out on a few releases, getting them right away, but I mean, it's definitely one of those things where I can just wait,
Well, I've got a hotel room if I want it that I can cancel literally the day before the show, so if I decide I'm just going to commute, I can do that, or if I've got buddies that end up getting hosed out of hotel rooms that really want to go, well, I've got a hotel room. So there we go. But, I mean, it's the return of the BS lottery this year. Gen Con's confirmed that, so it's going to suck.
Yeah, I mean, I'll sign up and I'll get my press badge and I'll take my shot, and then if I get a good, spot, then I'll consider it, But I mean, even then, it's just such a chunk of cash, and it's just like, and we're sitting on a couple of vehicles that are, just like getting towards the end of their lives. So it's just one of those things where it's like, maybe that $3,000 would be better spent, as a down payment on a new car or something like that. So, anybody play anything new recently?
Oh, I have to look to remember what I just played because I'm pathetic like that. I tried out Raiders of the North Sea this weekend and Shipwrights of the North Sea both.
I haven't played my copy of Raiders yet. I mean, I backed it and I got it. So it's one of those things where just like I like Shipwrights, but I mean, and Raiders I'm interested in. So I don't know. What did you think of Raiders?
I thought it was a neat game. It's not that heavy at all, really, but it's a nice little worker placement game. I think it's neat the way, it's always 2 workers. That's all you ever have. You put out one, you take one back, and I think that's a little bit different than anything else I have, which gives it a spot on the shelf. And I kind of dug that. You send your guys out there, you go get the raids that give you the stuff you want so that you can raid some more, and I think that's pretty cool. Completely different feel than the other Viking worker placement game this year, though. I mean, that and Champions of Midgard are nothing alike. So if anybody's
Yeah.
looking into that, I mean, they've got the same theme, and that's as far as it goes. So there's room for both. It's a very small box, very compact little game overall.
Yeah, I mean, and yeah, those are the same situation or whatever. It's what like the next game. The boxes are going to remain the same size. He's got 3 planned or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So
I definitely liked Raiders better than Shipwrights.
Shipwrights was very straightforward.
Yes.
I guess it would be a good way to describe it. Not a bad game, solid, but it wasn't bringing anything to the table, so to speak.
And my Kickstarter package that I backed had the little mini expansion for Shipwrights as well. So
very cool. Yeah. So you guys got Christmas coming up. So I mean, you got any what's I'm looking for here? You got any I can't why can't I think? I can't think. You have any Christmas traditions that have anything to do with gaming that you do?
No, nothing at all.
Wow, you guys are really interesting.
No, I have no gaming Christmas. I mean, Christmas is about the kids opening all their crap and playing, and then hauling them to a couple of places to open more crap. And that's as far as I get into Christmas anymore. I don't know. I'm just kind of a Scrooge when it comes to that. It's about getting stuff for my kids, and that's all I really care about.
Yeah. Closest thing I have is to see how fast I get my brother-in-law drunk on Christmas Eve. That's about it. Yeah.
That sounds like a fantastic tradition.
Did it in an hour last year with moonshine.
Very nice. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's like if I had more of a gaming family, I could see having more of a a footprint, as far as the gaming goes or whatever, But yeah, it just doesn't seem to happen technically. I don't know. It's weird.
We do have the company holiday party Friday midday, and actually, a year after I got in the hobby, I started bringing games to that, so that people would be exposed to stuff they never saw before. So like pitch car and tumbling dice, things that people would just walk up and start playing with no explanation whatsoever. So
yeah,
I'm going to continue that this year. I'm going to drag the giant rhino hero to the party, and a couple other things. Maybe try to see if I can get Deception Murder in Hong Kong at the table. I think that's one I can teach people really quickly too.
What a great game that is! I that's the game I've been playing. I played it 4 times at work in the last 3-4 days.
I know I'm playing it this weekend for sure.
And people it's just you gotta have the max number. I mean, which is gonna drive, I think, some people away a little bit. But
12's a lot of people.
Well, okay, I shouldn't say max number, but you need to have enough people so
you need to have enough people to have all the roles.
All the roles. I
you
guess
need
I
at
should.
least like 6 or whatever.
Well, I think, and 6 is almost, it gets polluted. I mean, we played it with 7 and 8, and it was like just really, really good. Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, Now it's so weird because it's like when I played Mysterium for the first time, I was like, "Wow, this is awesome," and then we played it, and then it's I think because it isn't pictures, it actually helps itself out a little because I mean it's with like the whole, well, I mean there's pictures, but like the actual like clue cards or whatever, putting the little thing on the word or whatever, it because like when we played Mysterium, if you played with the same group, and I said this a few times, and it's not necessarily a bad thing, it just means you've been playing it a lot, but you would get metagame going on. So it'd be just like, okay, well, last time, that was poison. So and you're like, and then of course if you're the ghost, you're like, well, I can't play that one because they're gonna think it's poison again. So I
Yep.
got So it's like it's a weird. You can't do the whiteout that you need to do in your brain, but with deception, since you're putting the bullet token on the word, I think it works a little bit better as far as the erasing what came before kind of thing, and because of the fact that the murderer gets to pick the options. I mean, it adds. It isn't. It's more. I don't know. There's more game there in a weird way, I guess. And plus the fact that like you can also just do the, take the gamble of like like, well, we're caught now. We gotta like try to figure out the one person, take out the witness kind of thing.
Yeah. When we played it at BGG, we didn't go strictly the way the rules read, where you discuss and then you have to say, okay, you present, you present, you present, you present. Okay, next round. And you do that 3 times. As soon as the last person presents third round, it's over. If you haven't identified anybody, that's it.
Yeah.
Which seems to make it more strict. And
I see. We didn't play that way. I like having the game kind of have that conversation and have that like, like the conversational aspect of it.
Yeah.
So that game. I mean, it's a game, yes, but it's more of an event, kind of thing.
Have you been using the events when you play?
Yeah.
You like those?
Well, I mean, they're okay, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I mean, once again, it's just one of those things where it's like, oh, you're kind of just making a mess of the game, kind of thing. Just like you're putting too much stuff in there. One of those things. It's just I don't know. It
like the new Mysterium.
Yeah, I mean that's a really good point actually. Yeah, I mean it's just you start really messing with things like that, and it's just kind of like, yeah, I don't know. Too many fingers in the pie.
Keep it simple, stupid.
There you go. But I mean, yeah, but Deception. Thankfully, they got rid of that horrible name, the CS Files. They got rid of that awful name, and yeah, I mean, it was good. It's a good game, and it's good in it. So if you're a fan of the negotiation, and how many of these weird negotiation games are there going to be? I mean,
It's the hot thing, man. It's the hot. It's
until they kill that horse.
It's the deck building of this year. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what it's come to. Let's do social deduction games, which is okay because I dig it, and if I go somewhere that's like where there's not hardcore gamers, okay, so social gamers for lack of a better term, don't just want to play party games, but it kind of replaces party games for me, where people might want to play Crap Against Humanity or something like that. Now I can get them to play Mysterium or Deception, right? So I think it gives you a chance to introduce people to some different games. That the good thing about all these is they teach really quickly, and you can pick them up really quickly. And I think that may be one of the reasons why they're being adapted so quickly, because it's something that at a con you can learn to play it in 2 minutes. At some gathering you can learn to play it in 2 minutes, versus you have to sit down and slug through a rule book or go over all the different things. And that may be appealing to people, and it still gives them that tabletop experience. Or I may be blowing smoke out of my own keister. So.
Well, no, I mean, I agree. I mean, I don't know. I am, but every time I ever say I'm getting really tired of this mechanism or this process or this type of game, lo and behold, somebody will like come up with a game that'll like revitalize it for me. I mean, I thought I was done with deck builders, and and I've discovered there's deck builders out there that still interest me. I mean, sometimes, depending on the mechanism or whatever, will it be something that sticks with me? No. I don't know. Do you guys have a favorite mechanism?
I like worker placement quite a bit. That's in there. It's probably the one I gravitate towards, where I will try any worker placement game, but I may finish and go, okay, that's okay, but it's not better than this worker placement game which I already own. Therefore, I don't need it. So, but I always like to try them. So that's kind of my go-to. I want to try this because it's a worker placement. I don't know.
Yeah.
And I like the social deduction games. I'll try any of those once too.
No, I agree. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's I don't know. It's a weird situation we're in where it's like I don't know. It's a kind of a neat. It's kind of neat how the industry kind of like just everything just phases in and phases out, you know, as it goes. You know, I mean, like I'm sure there was a time when it was just like everything was a worker placement game too.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, I feel like everything is a worker placement game because it seems like more of those come out every year than anything else, or at least that have some type of that in them. But yeah, I think you see cyclic waves within the game hobby because this has gotten hot, or this got hot, so everybody wants to make one of those, and then it kind of cools off, and then it kind of comes back, and you see some of that, like, you know, deck building was the thing. There's Dominion. Everybody liked Dominion. It was new, it was exciting, and then everybody made their own version of Dominion. Then people are like, I am sick of freaking Dominion, and it goes away. Then people find a new way to use deck building, and then that interest comes back a little bit. But it never goes back up to that original crest, right? So it never gets quite back up there. But you know, card drafting, that's a big one right now. It seems like there's a lot of drafting in games this year.
I can see
I like
that.
drafting too. So
Yeah, I enjoy card drafting. I mean, it's just there's a weird level where people like you learn all the cards kind of thing.
right. And
you know,
card drafting's tough because if you don't know a game and somebody does know a game and you're playing a drafting game, you're screwed.
oh, you're boned. I mean,
Yeah,
it's just
the person that knows games is just going to murder the crap out of you because they know what to look for. But
yeah. I mean, yeah, I agree. They did still. You idiot! Why didn't you take that card? Oh well. Or if you're playing with one person that like doesn't know and they're feeding the good cards to somebody and you're just standing there just like losing your mind on the other side of the table.
you get the idiot that doesn't know how to play blackjack sitting right next to you.
Yeah.
That guy. Yeah.
Are you seriously splitting kings? You're splitting kings. I'm going to murder you.
And I think that is actually a thing with card drafting games. If you got the best player sitting next to the dummy, and I've been the dummy, right? And he just keeps passing all the good crap. That guy's just gonna smoke everybody.
Yeah.
Sometimes you gotta hate draft.
Oh yeah, just purposely take something that isn't that. I mean, well, it isn't suboptimal. I always say, why'd you take a suboptimal card or what? Well, it isn't because I'm keeping it out of your hands, and it's actually worth more that way.
It is worth more points that you don't get than good points I will get from anything else. Therefore, you don't get it.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's something that people forget when they're playing. You know, is that like that's a completely viable decision to make.
That's
so
right.
yeah. Paul Tompkins says Valley of the King is a good deck builder.
Never played that one. I heard mixed things about that one.
It's not bad for it's a lot of game in a little box, but it's still just a deck builder for me. It's got some neat mechanisms that the whole pyramid where it collapses down and then you can get your cards that way, and you know you want to not take this so that you can get the one you want later. I mean, it's got some really cool mechanisms, but in the end, the little box, another deck builder.
Mechanisms.
That's right. I got it. Shut up. At least I didn't say mechanics, so stuff it.
A mechanism.
Yeah. Mechanism. There you go. Choose your garbage.
You guys going to Star Wars tomorrow?
I am.
What time are you going?
Paper tickets. 7:30.
Yep, same here. You got any bold predictions?
Somebody from the original series will be dead.
Well, yeah, but pick one. Pick one, and how do they die?
The preliminary, I mean, most of the buzz is Han Solo, and me, I'm leaning towards Han Solo from the standpoint of Harrison Ford seems batshit crazy when he's talking on TV. And so he's probably the least stable actor they've got on set at this point. So that's why I'm picking Han Solo. How he dies, I have no clue.
Carrie Fisher's not Raptor type either. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, he's just kind of out there. Just I don't know. We'll see.
I'm going Chewbacca. I mean, because Peter Mayhew can't get around real well anymore.
They could put another guy in a suit. You know
No,
what I mean?
no, but he isn't. It's Peter Mayhew in the suit, and he doesn't have the mobility that he used to have, and he isn't. I mean, if you kill Chewbacca, people are going to be pissed because everybody loves Chewbacca,
Yeah.
but he's still a B player. You know, I mean, like he didn't really do. You know, and
But if
he
you
wasn't
kill
one of
Han
the
Solo,
major
you
heroes.
don't need Chewbacca anymore.
But that's just
True.
it. No, see, but there you go. So like you kill Han Solo. So if you killed Han Solo, then Chewbacca. Then what happens with Chewbacca? See, that's why.
He just
Because-
goes home. He's done.
No, but you know
Life
that's
gets over, baby.
you know that's not the option. Yeah, no, you know that isn't the option because he wouldn't because like he owes Han Solo the life debt or whatever it is. So the thing is that you take the one that is able to like spur the story forward. So like now Han Solo has like a mission of vengeance or what have you, and you also like take a beloved character away from the audience, which is everybody loves Chewbacca. I mean Chewbacca's awesome, and you also you remove the fact that you have a guy who's 73 years old and who used to be 7'5" and is now just only like 6'11", who has to walk around with a cane and can barely move, and you remove him from the situation, and so you don't have to work around his like inability, his mobility issues, and you just you just have that, and I'm going to say right now, Chewbacca dies saving people. Maybe Han Solo, maybe General Leia, not Princess Leia, but General Leia. He dies doing that, and he's killed by Captain Phasma, the female stormtrooper. So you heard it here first. That's my bold prediction for
Chewie dying, saving someone is too much from the R.A. Salvatore book.
Well, no, you can say that, but that another point in my favor is the fact that while the extended world or whatever isn't canon, Abrams said he was drawing ideas and thoughts from that.
So let me put the counter argument. People have already grieved for Chewie's death. Therefore, you kill someone that they have not yet grieved for, who is alive in the EU, which is no.
Well, I think that's, but my counterpoint to that is that's a huge fu in the fact that it's like, oh, so people are grieving or whatever for him, but for his death or whatever, but by like you give people that false sense of security, saying, oh, well, he couldn't possibly do it again, or it couldn't possibly happen again.
There could be that.
Oh, well, no, sorry. Here you go. No, I'm just that's my bold prediction. You can't kill Luke. It's because it's too obvious. You can't kill Han. It's too obvious. You're not going to kill General Leia because you only have 2 female characters in the entire movie.
That's true.
So I'm sorry, 3 with the evil one. But it's just.
And I think Kylo Ren is the son of one of the Skywalkers.
He's the son of Luke and Leia. Oh no.
Not both the Skywalkers. Well, that can explain why the dude's twisted. I think he is either Luke's son or he is Han and Leia's son.
What
That's
is that
just my
noise?
guess.
What is in the background? What is going on? Oh, it's Jim. Jim is apparently watching cop drama or something in the background. Did Jim mute himself, or did somebody mute Jim?
I didn't mute him.
I muted myself.
Who's getting beaten up in the background, Jim?
My wife is watching something on her computer directly across from me.
Oh, well, that's nice.
Yeah, I want to see her shirt.
Who, mine?
Yeah, I can only see the top of what looks like a Thuhu chef.
He's baking the world, and it says
Awesome.
"Kiss the Great Old One."
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, so. Can't
So
go
I was-
wrong with Cthulhu.
So I heard you talking about Star Wars, and I haven't. I'm going to see it on Tuesday down at the IMAX.
I will make sure I text you as soon as I get out of the movie theater tomorrow.
No, you won't.
I guess I don't know. I've heard that I don't. What is that? There's an app you can download
Yeah, that'll block crap. Yeah.
that'll block all spoilers to Star Wars. You and it's free. It's like a Google app, and it's like, so if somebody tries to text you or somebody tries to Facebook message you, or you're on Facebook and you're cruising, if it has anything Star Wars or spoilers or anything like that, it'll block it and it'll remove it, and you can't see it.
Now that is something I should get.
Yeah, I'm going to walk out of the theater tomorrow night before the 10 o'clock show. It's like, can you believe so-and-so did such and such? And just,
You know, we actually did that to some people in the line on opening day of Star Trek 2. And we walked back and
like the
said,
new ones or the old, like Star Trek?
no, the old Star Trek 2.
Okay.
It was Wrath of Khan.
Wrath of Khan.
Yeah, well, the best one.
Yeah, it was the best one. And so we
Can you
walked
believe they
out,
killed
and the
Captain
line was
Kirk?
the line was huge. And we got about halfway down the line, and my friend and I said, I can't believe Kirk's son is gay. He says, well, I can't believe. Right, so all these lies, and you should have seen the looks we got. Hateful, baleful looks.
Well, I'm going to do it when they glare at me. I'm going to say, if you really gave it crap, you would have been at 7:30.
Well, and that's just it. It's like when we got these tickets, and I was just like this, and it was like, oh, that's gonna be such a horrible thing to watch, and people are gonna be able to hear the movie. I don't care. Nobody's gonna ruin it for me. Like literally, I'm gonna go in with my wife. I'm gonna sit down, and I'm going to stare at the screen for 2 hours and 15 minutes, or however long it is, and then nobody can ruin it for me. Even if the movie is horrible, nobody can ruin it for me.
That's the thing that, there's so much hype around this, and I can't wait to go see it because I love Star Wars. I've got Star Wars crap coming out of my ears. But you know what? I have absolutely no expectations for this movie. I have had just as much fun speculating what's going to happen as I will watching what actually does happen. And, yeah, Episode 1 was crap, but I enjoyed it. I liked it.
People
I
forget
hated Jar Jar, but I liked
people
the
forget
movie.
that they actually enjoyed the first movie. They enjoyed that movie when they went to it. I mean, there were people that were like, it was horrible, but people enjoyed it.
I really liked Episode 2 because it was so much better than Episode 1.
Yeah.
And Episode 3 I've probably liked the least of those, even though I think it was a better movie, because I don't think it carried out as... The Jedi went down like little bitches, and it pissed me off. I mean, it's like, every other Jedi you see, it's like, in all the movies, like, they could sense something's going on. As soon as the clones started shooting at him, they just took it in the back without any reaction.
That was the only Star Wars movie where the stormtroopers could actually hit something they aimed at.
Actually, I can tell you why stormtroopers can't hit anything. I was watching Star Wars the other night, and those sons of bitches shoot from the hip every time. And when Luke's aiming, he is looking down the sights of his gun. That's why he's hitting them and they're missing. Apparently, Imperial Academy teaches you to shoot from the hip. Unless you're coming on to the Tantive, in which case you can shoot the crap out of those rebels.
So of all the outlandish, bizarre theories of the new Star Wars, what's your favorite?
My least favorite or my favorite? The one that I think is most ridiculous.
The one that just makes you chuckle and in the back of your mind say, I wonder if that could happen.
Oh, the BB-8 is the love child of the Death Star and R2-D2. I saw that comic on Facebook the other day, and I giggled. I'm like, okay, I can get behind BB-8 now.
I like the one that says that the true villain that will be revealed is actually Jar Jar.
Yeah, I know, but because Jar Jar already did his job. He already actually brought down the Galactic Republic. I mean,
Yeah.
he did it by... I mean, it was basically, hey, I nominate dumbass evil guy. Okay. And everybody went along with it.
I don't know. It'll be good, and I'm happy. I'm excited to go, and I mean, it's been a while since I've been excited to see a movie. So, yeah, I mean, it's just I think this will be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So your kids are, I was going to say, your kids are still pretty young. Mine are teenagers now, and going to see a movie together as a family is not really something that happens often. But Star Wars is the first one in a long time that the whole family is going to go see together.
I will take my daughter and my son to it after it dies down a little bit. I mean, they both watch the movies. They ask to watch the movies. They enjoy them. But there's no way I'd bring them to this. So, so I asked my wife to go with, and then for a while there, it didn't look like we were gonna have somebody to watch the kids, and then my dad said he would, and so I was gonna take my daughter, but I thankfully I didn't say it to her. I didn't say, yeah, I'm taking you to Star Wars, then like pull the rug out from underneath her. It was like my backup plan, but no, so. My wife and I will go. I mean, she's excited, just for. I mean, she's not a huge Star Wars person, but she's. I think the what's I'm looking for here. I think she likes the excitement of it. Like the big movie, that kind of thing. So that's something that she's. Excited to be a part of and go to the movie theater and see it, So I mean, I don't know. It might suck, but I mean, all of the early people, the early non-spoiler reviews or comments about it, are all glowingly positive, like overwhelmingly positive about the movie. Including Star Wars fanboys, like Patton Oswalt said that J.J. Abrams made a masterpiece and things like that. So. I mean, are they just, blowing smoke up each other's asses? Sure. I mean, people said the same thing about, Phantom Menace way back in the day. So I mean, because they were just so glad to have another Star Wars movie. But I don't know.
I'm looking forward to it because for the first time since probably Empire Strikes Back, I don't know what the hell's going to happen, right? Because with the entire prequel trilogy, I don't know how it's going to happen, but we know what's going to happen because you're telling the backstory to stuff that we already know, right? So we knew that Anakin was going to turn bad and kill everybody. We knew this was going to happen. But now we don't know what the hell's going to happen. And so that book's not written like it was before for us. So that's why I'm most excited because it's going to be a all-new Star Wars story. Even if it sucks, it's better than going into the movie knowing what's going to happen. And that may have been my problem with Revenge of the Sith because ultimately I knew what was going to happen, There was not a surprise in that entire movie, which was the downer because you're going into it knowing exactly what it is. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. And like I said, it might suck, and I'm not going to care. It's Star Wars, and I want more Star Wars. And then I'll sit and wait for the next one.
That's a really good point, Keith. I mean, it's the fact that it is a totally it is undiscovered country. Not to take a Star Trek term, but this is something I was thinking. You mentioned Star Trek 2 and how we said Wrath of Khan is the best one. I mean, that's pretty much just a given, right? I mean, people just. Star Trek 2. I mean, it just.
Star Trek the movie, the motion picture was garbage. I hated it.
Yeah, it was.
And I almost didn't watch the second one. And the second one redeemed it.
the motion picture, if you go back and watch it now, it's actually like you'll enjoy it more. I mean, the
I
problem
did
was
like it more later. You're correct.
because it was more of a of a tale. You know, it wasn't. You know, they made a horrible choice by deciding that they were going to do a non-action oriented movie for the first one. People went in thinking Star Wars and they came out going what? But if you
And there were
watch
a
the
lot
old
of stylistic things that were different.
yeah, and if you watched if you watch the original series of Star Trek, I mean, the idea, the mystery of space and everything else like that, and the big reveal, I mean, it was very much, just kind of a long episode of the original series, and just a bunch of crazy stuff that they don't really understand that eventually, comes into focus later, but I mean. Wrath of Khan, though, I mean that's just a great movie. It's in my like movies I watch once a month list. At least once a month. I mean, it's like there's like a handful of movies that are on that list that I'll watch and it's just that like in that movie, Ricardo Montalban and William Shatner are never in the same room, ever. They only talk to each other by computer. Back and forth. They never actually are like physically, in the same shot. But and so you have these two people, warring with each other, and and they're not actually like combating each other. They're not, I don't know. Wrath of Khan is just good. I mean, it's just Montalban chews this scenery and does it well. And for that matter, and it seems like him and Shatner kind of almost get into a war to see who can overact the most, and it actually turns out pretty good.
The big difference for me between the first Star Trek and Wrath of Khan was that in the first Star Trek, it was the V'ger episode that they just redid as a movie, and they tried to impress the audience with scope and scene. Whereas Wrath of Khan, they took familiar characters that you knew from the series and put them in a new situation where you didn't know the outcome. So they took, as Keith said, something that you haven't seen and don't know is coming, but they did it in with familiar characters behaving in a way you expect. And I think that was the beauty of it.
And then they had the balls to do something even though they soap operaed it out.
Yeah. I love the scene. I love the scene where when the commander of the Reliant wishes to discuss terms of our surrender or whatever, and then he says, "Put him on screen." But sir, put him on screen, and then he just like he puts him on there and like the look, total overacted shock look on Shatner's face, and God, just like, and then Montalban's reaction is just perfect too. He's like, "Oh, after all these years, I can't help but feel touched." Just like, this is SETI Alpha 5. I gotta go watch that again. Such good stuff.
Have you watched Babylon 5 at all?
I watched it. I didn't get into it like people did. I mean, I don't know. That was one of those shows that I probably, because I didn't want to like be all nutball over over a show, I like wouldn't let myself get super excited about it. I don't know.
So go back and watch just the first 3 seasons and watch it as a story arc. And one of the things that they do that I think is brilliant is the way they handle the whole Psy-Cop type deal, very Alfred Bester, Demolish Man kind of way. And Walter Koenig is fabulous. At first you say, oh, it's Chekhov. And then you realize, this is what Chekhov would be like if he was old and evil.
Well, but I always thought, and I could be wrong, but I always thought they kind of just threw him in there just so people would watch it, kind of thing. I mean, I don't know. I'm such a cynic when it comes to my shows. I mean, I was like the last person to watch Firefly, and then I wasn't impressed with it. I was just kind of like, well, this is kind of neat, and it's got some, but it was just very much, a product of that kind of, kind of edgy hipster Gen Y, whatever you want to call it, type of broadcasting that they were doing then, like the tough guy with with the smile, and that Bruce Campbell originally started, and did a much better job than anybody that came after him. And
So it's Briscoe County Jr. in space.
well, I love Briscoe County Jr. I mean, that was a really campy, awful show. I owned it on DVD, and I tried to watch it again. And I was like, I found it like late at night at Walmart.com, $5 for the complete series. I was like, yeah, I'll buy that. And I tried to watch it. I got through like 4 episodes. I was like, this is horrible. But I remember when I was watching it, I was like, this is amazing, because I was just so glad to see Bruce Campbell in something. But yeah, no. Speaking of which, is anybody watching that new Evil Dead? Does that come out? I mean, I know it's like
the
on
first
Star.
episode of it and went meh and never watched it again.
I was a little concerned that was what was going to happen there. I mean, just because of the fact that, great trailer, I'll say, for the series. Definitely.
It was all right. I mean, but that is a Evil Dead 2. I never watched Evil Dead. I started with Evil Dead 2 and Army of Darkness. Those are movies that really just don't age well.
No.
They're fun like when you first watch them, and then now the shtick's old, and so it's just the shtick,
Yeah, I read the first line of a review of the Star Wars movie that said, "This is the best Star Wars anything in the last 32 years." So you have to come back. So 32 years.
since Empire.
Yeah. So there you go. And then, of course, it said this review has potential spoilers. And then I clicked away. So there's that. So okay, so I gotta put something on my Google Calendar here. Text Jim Felly after.
Yeah, I gotta find out how to send a virus back as a response.
I can't believe Leia and Chewbacca are married.
But the
I could believe
puppies
that.
are so cute.
Did you see that the Everything Wrong With guys, which is I'm not a big YouTube like series fan people, but the guys that do Everything Wrong With, I don't know if you ever watched those YouTube videos. They're called Movie Sins, and they did an Everything Wrong With for all of the Star Wars movies, one leading up to the release of this, tomorrow. So and then so basically they count the things that are, like, they say cinema sins, like just things that are stupid or things that are dumb, like how dumb are you? And they actually, of course, because it's low hanging fruit, when they got to the prequels, instead of, because like a long one will last about 16, 17 minutes, where they just kind of go through the movie and like just talk about each thing. And but when they got to them, they said there's so many, we have to split these up into two. So it was like part 1 and part 2 that they were like, of course. And so like they count up the cinema sins or whatever of everything, and it's actually and they're pretty funny too. And they'll even say like, let me know. And I actually really enjoyed this movie. So just don't, if you haven't watched Cinema Sins, you can just type in Everything Wrong With, and and you'll find them. It's just like when Jar Jar appears, and he's like, he just pause the movie, and he's like, look, I'm just gonna add 100 sins right now, and then we're never gonna mention Jar Jar again. And then he's added 100 to the total. And then they moved on from there. It was quite funny. One of the best lines ever was for the movie The Running Man with Arnold Schwarzenegger, which of course, obviously not a great movie by any means, but there's a moment when Arnold Schwarzenegger says, he says, what does he say? He like threatens I can't remember who's Richard Dawson. He threatens Richard Dawson. He's like it's like, he says something about you better leave enough room for my fist because when I find you, I'm gonna punch clean through your stomach, or grab a hold of your spine and rip your head out through your ass or something like that. And then he pauses. I'm gonna take 10 sins off for that line alone. He said that was awesome. I mean, just if you work at some place where you can just listen to YouTube videos in the background, definitely check out their string. You'll just be giggling at your desk, and people will wondering what your problem is. It's kind of like I flip back between that and watching and listening to MST3K episodes in my headphones all day long.
Yeah, I heard that they got funded for a new season.
They're gonna be there's gonna be a ton of people, and they actually got like the thing is that it won't be the original cast and it won't be the original voices of Tom Servo and Crow, and so that's gonna bother me. I don't know, just because. But they got
Crow was my favorite. Nothing could beat Crow for me.
Crow T Robot, baby. And I love the fact that what's her name? I can't think of the lady's name. She would always call him Art. Well, no, like the woman, the old episodes. She was eventually Dr. Forrester's mom, and then she was just by herself.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name that they gave her, or what. And she had the brain guy and Bobo, as her cohorts. And whenever she talked to Crow, she'd call him Art. Oh, hello, Art. You're just like, what? But she never called him Crow. It was like, but yeah, Crow T Robot. I was a Crow guy too. I thought Crow was more of an everyman than Tom Servo always wanted to pretend that he was like.
Which one's the gumball machine and which one's the moose?
Tom Servo is the gumball machine, and Crow T Robot is
the Crow.
Yeah, Crow.
I never got through an episode of the show.
Oh, you're missing out, man. I mean, you gotta go watch Space Mutiny. I mean, if you have like Chromecast or a Amazon Fire Stick or something, just put it in your phone and then just Wi-Fi it onto your TV, and just I mean, like it's really well done. I mean, what they did is really genius. And I know this goes against type, but I'm more of a Mike than a Joe. I thought that when they replaced when they swapped him out, I thought Mike did I just liked his brand of humor better. And I think they got better movies too. To make fun
better
of.
Or worse.
Well, worse. They got a better type of movie to make fun of. I mean, because like earlier they were just stuck with all of those like really bad, like just black and white, like horrible, sci-fi movies that are obviously horrible. But I mean, like. And people knew they were horrible, but they went to go see them anyway. Whereas with the Mike episodes, it was like they actually had movies that people thought were going to be good, and they were just absolutely awful. And then some of them were like old like TV pilots and things like that were also just amazingly awful and bad. I do remember there was there's the classic episode of Mitchell, and that's when they switched the hosts. Like so, Joel gets to leave. And because he finds an escape pod in a crate of hamdingers that nobody had found, but then they replace him with Mike, and then so later on there's I think it's like The Final Justice, and it was Joe Don Baker was in that one too, and it was like a really bad movie like Mitchell. And Mike is just super excited the entire time of the episode, and they're like, "Why are you so happy?" He's like, "Well, because this is a really bad Joe Don Baker movie. That means I get to leave, and then somebody else is going to come and replace me." And then they have to break the news to him that no, he's stuck in the satellite of love, and he doesn't get to leave. It was a very good episode. Of course, I'm talking. There's somebody who's going to watch this, so they're going to say, yes, very, very good point about MST3K. I'm talking to nobodies here. Anyway. If I had Chaz Marler on here, he'd be all about it. He'd be like, yeah, I totally know what you're talking about.
Yes, he would.
So when I used to teach a course, I'd welcome a class and say, "Welcome to the Satellite of Love." I get like one chuckle.
I I had my boss's boss in a meeting this morning. He's like, we need to go back like Sam Beckett here, and I was like, and I started laughing, and I was the only person in the room who got the joke. Like, and then he was like looking at everybody, and he's like, and he looked at me, he's like, you know who Sam Beckett is? I was like, yeah, Quantum Leap, thank you. And nobody else knew what we were talking about. So maybe I won a point there. Maybe my annual review comes, I'll have an extra 0.01% increase there or something like that. Hey, Quantum Leap was a great show.
Yes, it was.
And it was a rare show that actually ended well.
Who was the guy that played opposite Scott Bakula on that show?
I
Dean
can
Stockwell?
picture him. Yeah, Dean Stockwell. There you go.
That's it, Stockwell.
Was a master of modern arnis, Filipino stick fighting.
Yes. No, I thought that. I mean, did everybody see the last episode of Quantum Leap?
I did not.
I've seen 0 episodes.
Really? Well, it's too late. I'm going to spoil it. So but you
Just send it
go
to my
watch
phone.
it.
It's a text.
Yeah. I mean, you go why there's like 4 or 5 seasons, and I mean, you can pick them all up on DVD. I think you can even Netflix them. I don't know, but basically, the whole premise is that he just leaps from person to person, and he corrects things that like shouldn't have happened, kind of thing. And so he's going back and he's making things right. And so at the very end, what happens is, like, long story short, he ends up in this little mining town, and he can't figure out. And the thing is that the whole thing is when he looks in a mirror, he doesn't see himself. We as the audience see him walking around, but we don't. He doesn't see himself.
He sees who he's actually in.
He sees the person. So he looks up and looks in the mirror, and for the first time in like years, he actually sees his own face. And he's just like, whoa, where am I? And so he's in this little mining town, and he can't figure out why he's there, because he's just, and they can't find him. Dean Stockwell can't find him. They can't reach him because there's something screwed up. And so he's just wandering in this mining town, and he meets this other guy, this old guy, and this old guy says, then there's this cave-in, and this old guy like gets Sam Beckett to help him save these miners, and they wouldn't let Sam Beckett go down to save him. And then they go down and they find him and they save him. And then the old guy actually leaps out. So like Sam's like, what the heck happened there? And he was there to help another leaper solve something. And so then he's just completely lost, and he doesn't know what he's doing. He goes outside and he sits down at the bar. Sits on a bench outside this bar where he's been hanging out, and the bartender comes out. And he's like, something wrong? And he's like, yeah. And he's just like, it's like I'm a little lost here. I can't find my friend. And then he kind of reveals to him that he knows who he is. And then he kind of says, who are you? And he's just like, I'm Al. I own the place. He's talking about the bar. He's like, no, who are you? He's like, are you God? And he's like, no. And he's just, and he kind of talks him off. And he said, here's the deal. He's like, why are you leaping? Why is this happening to you? He's like, because I'm trying to go home. And he says, no, you're doing this because you want to help people, and that's why you don't go home, is because you're just a good person and you want to just keep helping people, and so you won't let yourself stop. And so then they're like, and he's like, and he said, it's like, what do you really want to do? And he says, I really want to go home. And then he just asks him, what do you really want to do? He's like, I want to help my friend. Because there's this one episode where he could have helped Dean Stockwell out by telling his wife that he was still alive, like he was MIA in Vietnam, and like his wife had him declared dead, and found it, remarried and everything like that. And so he's like, and so one time when he met her, he wouldn't tell Dean that he wasn't there for that. He wouldn't tell her that he was alive and he was fine. And he said, I need to go back. I need to help my friend. And so he goes back to that point, tells his ex-wife, or tells his wife that he's alive and she should wait. And then he leaps out. Then the screen went black. And it said, like, Mary never remarried. She waited. And, and Al returned home, safe and sound. He is currently retired, and they live within 30 minutes of their 11 grandchildren or something like that. And then it fades to black again, and it comes back up and it says, "Dr. Sam Beckett never returned home." And that was the end of the show. It was just like he never went back. He was too good of a human being. He just kept leaping from person to person, solving things for the rest of his life.
And then the poor bastard leapt into a Star Trek show.
You should have left out of that.
Yeah.
Quick.
Bakula's a good actor.
I like Bakula.
I like when he plays against type. You know, he like when he played one half of that gay couple in American Beauty. You know, it was like just a total random appearance of him. You know, just like that's Scott Bakula. You know, things like that. But, anyway, so anything else? Anything else on people's minds right now? Things that.
So I have a question for you guys. Has anybody played this Peterson game, Cthulhu Wars?
Yes, many times.
Is it any good?
Oh, I mean, it's just an area control game. I mean, there's nothing too crazy about it. But I mean, it's fantastic. It draws a crowd.
Well, so let me put it this way. So I never play any games while I'm designing something, and I'm getting to the point where I'm going to pick up a new game to play. And someone told me to think about that and think about a game called Chaos in the Old World.
Well, Chaos in the Old World is an area control game with people compare the two a lot. Cthulhu Wars obviously has the completely over-the-top minis, which obviously look really cool, and it has the and it's got a map of the world, whereas Chaos in the Old World, if you're not really steeped in the Warhammer world of the gods and everything like that, some of it might skirt past you a little bit. It's one of those things where in my opinion, I think that if you held me down and made me pick one, I would probably play Cthulhu Wars. I mean, even though it is it's expensive and whatever, just because I like the Cthulhu idea, and I like the idea that you're fighting over the world and kind of fighting each other, but you're more fighting just over the world and racing to see who can be the one to destroy it first. Which I kind of like that process, or that idea, I guess. Yeah, there you go. There's my 2 cents there. Do you like area control games?
Sometimes. It depends on the theme. I'm much more interested in a theme I can soak up rather than the actual mechanisms in the game. I'm a big Lovecraft fan.
Well, you're gainfully employed, so I mean, yeah, I would drop the $100 on it or whatever. I would strongly suggest it. I guess is that if you're gonna pick one. Chaos in the Old World. I mean, if you got a Warhammer background, kind of, don't you?
I have no Warhammer background.
Okay, well
my
then
brother's a big Warhammer guy.
It's a fantastic game. A lot of people are the cool thing about Chaos in the Old World is that each faction has a completely different way that it scores its points to try to win the game. And so so it isn't like it's just everybody's just beating the hell out of each other. Just like there's one the Khorne, the god of slaughter, that when he fights and he kills things, he gains points and he pushes them. There's other ones that allow you, like if you were the corrupting the world, that they gain points and things like that. I mean, so it's cool for the asymmetric goal, if you will. That makes it fun. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just Cthulhu. Obviously, I mean, it just has the really awesome minis, you know. And I mean, the cool thing was, it was that I shouldn't say cool thing, but when I got my copy, my Cthulhu, the head had broken off, and so I wrote them, and they sent me a new one, and then in the meantime, I like Gorilla glued it back together, and so now I have a big giant Cthulhu that sits on my desk at work, you know, just watching over my keyboard, making sure nobody, you know, messes with my stuff.
So if you didn't have these really exquisite play pieces, would the game be as fun for you?
Yeah, because I mean, I did a review for it a long time ago, and I just used D&D minis, and we just played it that way, and I had a lot of fun. I mean, the cool thing about that is like your really thing is you're trying to claim other people's cultists, and then you eat them, and then to gain more power, so you can do more of your actions and more of your things. Cthulhu Wars is like a lot of things. Is like, you know, you're just it's a weird ebb and flow. It kind of has a little bit of what Blood Rage did, in the fact that like there's a kind of a method to your madness as far as not expending all of your energy right away, kind of waiting to see what other people do, and then like you kind of take up the back slack, if you will, you know, and try to figure out, you know, what you like, see what your opponents do, and then do it yourself, you know. And as far as taking over, it handles, you know, like if you only have 3 players, you actually like use different sides of the map, so you have less area to control, and so it kind of forces you on top of each other pretty quickly. So yeah, I would say I mean, if you had taken that game and thrown Cthulhu out the window and like made it, you know, just whatever generic space theme or something like that, the game still would be fun. I mean, obviously though, having, you know, a giant Shub Niggurath, you know, standing, you know, in the middle of the board, you know, getting ready to fight Cthulhu or you know, Yog-Sothoth or whatever. I mean, it definitely, if you are a Lovecraftian person, you're going to enjoy that aspect a great deal.
Awesome, thanks.
Yeah, I mean, they just finally like all of the expansions that they promised in the first Kickstarter finally got sent out like a week ago. I mean, and it's so over the top, overproduced. I mean, I consider it myself really lucky in the fact that I consider Sandy Peterson a friend, and we email each other and talk, and you know, and it's just like, and like he said that this was just like, this game was his, I wanted to make sure I did this before I die kind of game. You know, it was just one of those things where he just spared no expense. He went completely over the top on all of the minis, everything. And if you're somebody who plays you know, like Call of Cthulhu the RPG or something like that, I mean, the minis just transfer over perfectly for that purpose, if that's, you know, something that matters to you or something that you're interested in. So yeah, there. But that's just one man's opinion, or just this man's opinion anyway. Anybody, you own it? Anybody else own it, or am I just the only one that owns it? Fair enough. Barry, quit talking so much. You know what, Barry? Take your 10 minutes. Talk about something. The Barry 10, everybody. Barry's not even here.
He's muted.
What happened to him?
I don't know.
Keith.
Yes.
Keith, take the Keith 10.
There is no Keith 10.
Well, there's got to be a first time for everything. I was gonna say, do you have any holiday traditions like you do every year, Keith, or Jim?
You already asked me that, and I told you no.
Well, no, not non-gaming, like something you do, something you.
Non-gaming. The only thing I have, and I didn't do it this year, is my grandmother used to make my favorite party mix, and then when she passed away, because she made me that for Christmas every year. It's the best party mix I'd ever had. So I
was there like alcohol involved?
No, there wasn't alcohol, but it didn't taste like any other Chex Mix you're gonna find. and it had all sorts of crap in it. You know, it had honeycomb in it and Cheerios in it.
Honeycomb's
and
big.
stuff. Yeah. It's not small.
No.
But there was nothing like that. When she passed away, you know, everybody still wanted that, so my grandpa tried to make it, not successfully, and they found a recipe, and it really wasn't right, and I sit there and I screwed with it, and finally I pretty much nailed it. So I had been making that for the past 5 or 6 years, but I didn't this year because I cannot not eat it. And with me putting myself on a diet this year, I just had to break the tradition and not do it. But that had been my tradition until I went on a diet.
Okay, so I'm not. That's awesome. That I mean, so what you gotta send me this recipe if it's that amazing. I want to make it.
I will send you my recipe. I've got it saved somewhere where I can. Actually, I've got it on my phone, so I could cut it, paste it, and text.
Do it. You had me at honeycomb.
Yeah,
because honeycomb's big.
Yeah.
It's not small.
No.
I haven't had that in ages.
It's got your normal checks.
You remember the old honeycomb commercials, and they actually put the ruler next to it to show that it was.
Yes, I do.
Each one was an inch long or whatever, and they always had the same, like, I'm a big pirate and I need a big cereal. Just like...
My Chex Mix is not cheap to make though, because it's got mixed nuts and cashews and honeycomb and Cheerios, and then all 3 Chex and Cheez-Its and
you gotta
and
break
margarine
open the wallet every once in a while.
and spices, but the key ingredient is chili powder. That's what's not in most other Chex Mixes. It's in this. And it really gives it the good flavor. So yeah, I'll send you the recipe. I don't care.
So you mentioned the diets. How's that going, buddy?
About 34 pounds down after about 50 days.
That's awesome.
Wow! Congratulations. That's great.
So yeah, my work shirt looks like that I wore today. It literally hung down almost to my knees when I untucked it, which was good. But I mean, I've got a long way to go.
What's your secret?
I eat about 1,000 calories a day.
So what do you have for breakfast?
I either eat oatmeal or I eat a breakfast bar. So anywhere from 100 to 150 calories for breakfast.
And what do you have for lunch?
Typically a lean cuisine type meal or maybe Subway.
Okay. Loaded with extra mayo and bacon, right?
No, I don't do mayo. Basically, I'll get either the ham, cheese, and roast, or not cheese, no cheese. The ham, turkey, and roast beef one, or just the turkey or the chicken breast, and then I will load it down with lettuce, onions, and peppers, and then slap a little mustard on it, and that'll be good. No cheese on it, on wheat bread.
And then what do you have for dinner?
The exact same thing. It's a lean cuisine type of thing. Once a week I'll go and just cheat and eat like an asshole, but the rest of the time I'm being pretty strict on myself. This week's going to be bad. I've got a 20-year club lunch at work tomorrow. I'll go to that and I'll try to eat some decent there. But then at Star Wars I'm going to have popcorn, which won't be good for me.
No. Well, if you get it without the butter, popcorn's not so bad.
Yeah, but I'll just eat like an asshole and be done with it.
Fair enough.
Then Friday's the company holiday party, so that won't be great. But
what about what's what I'm looking for here? I mean, you like going for walks? Are you exercising? What are you doing?
I'm not doing much exercising, which is one of the reasons I'm not losing as fast as I did on my diet the last time 8 years ago. And my job doesn't have me walking as much as it did back then. But 8 years ago, my wife was pregnant with my daughter, so it's almost 9 years ago now. It'll be 9 years ago that I started in January. I weighed more than I weighed when I started this diet. I weighed 330 pounds at that time. And I lost 100 pounds in 6 months and a week, and I lost a total of 112. And then I fell off the wagon and gained a good portion of it back over the next 8 years. And then finally I got pissed off at myself enough that the self-loathing won out. And I said, you know what, I'm sick of it. I couldn't find a shirt. I couldn't buy a shirt I wanted to wear at Disney that I liked. And some things like that. And I said, screw it. I can do it. I know I can do it. I just got to do it. And I just said, all right, time to start. And I just started. And so I have to get myself addicted to the process the same way I get addicted to food, the same way I get addicted to buying games, the same way I get into other things. If I get into it, I have to wait every day or every other day. I have to see progress or it'll stop. And that's why I wasn't able to maintain. So once I hit my goal, I have to figure out what to do again, which will be the challenge. And that's a challenge every time. But
How close are you to your goal, Keith?
not even close. I've hit 30. I want to lose. My first goal is 100 pounds lost, which will put me at 210 pounds, which I don't remember the last time I weighed 210 pounds. And I want to keep going a little bit from that as well. But, I mean, if I get down there, I'll be wearing large to extra large shirts versus what I've been wearing. And
well, no, you're inspiring, man. So I mean, yeah, that's awesome.
I'm down a shirt size, and drawstring khaki pants are the fat guy on a diet's best friend, man.
Well, you should be very proud of your success, buddy.
But I've hit the point where people notice, right? And that's the big deal when people start. As you're walking around, people see you every day, like, how much weight have you lost? And you're like, now it's paying off, right? So like, all they see of me here is my head. But go back and look at videos of the Alaboom from this summer and look down, and my neck doesn't look the same anymore, right? I have less chins. I have to do this to get my double chin. My double chin's gone now. So, you know, I've got that feeling going. You know, I've dropped a shirt size basically, but it's not where I want to be. I do have a before picture that I took, and another thing was Ignacy gave me a shirt at Gen Con. One of his Imperial Settler shirts.
Yeah, yeah.
And I love that shirt. And he gave me one, but I was too fat for the damn thing. I could pull it on, and you'd see my moves and every roll and crease I have under it, and it's embarrassing. And so I took a picture in that the day I started the diet. And then when that shirt fits, I will take another picture.
No, that's awesome, man. You just, yeah. So I mean, you should be proud of what you're doing, and like you say, I mean, just think of. I mean, you're inspiring me. You inspire everybody, man. You know, just like just good. Keep it up. Yeah.
I mean, my goal is to go to Origins, and when I see you guys in person, you literally look and say, "Holy shit!" when you see me, right? Because I won't look like the same person. Because by Origins, which is 6 months away, if I haven't lost 100 pounds, I'm going to be pissed off.
So you just drink water all day then?
I drink sugar-free stuff. I drink a lot of coffee. I drink water. I drink unsweet tea. I drink diet sodas, things like that. That's my drinks. But I'm really not hungry from a stomach hunger. Like, my stomach's not growling eating that. It's not a big deal. It's that boredom when I eat stuff. Watching TV is the hardest time. That's when I want to eat, is when I'm just sitting doing nothing but watching TV. And I've been doing more video gaming lately. Excuse me for yelling, but like Fallout and stuff. And that is a help. And the reason I've been playing more video games is it keeps me from doing the things that make me want to snack. I don't have a hand to shove crap in my mouth if one's on the keyboard and one's on the mouse, right? So it's keeping myself busy.
And before, when you were using your keyboard one-handed, then you weren't always eating food. Anyway.
No, but I was getting exercise. My forearms look like freaking Popeye.
Quit bragging. Okay, Barry, you were gone when I tried to get you to do the Barry 10, so go ahead, Barry.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. I don't know, I'm going to blank here. All right, so what game are you looking most forward to for next year?
Who are you asking?
All of you. Start with you.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Well, I'm looking forward to new stories for Time Stories. I'm looking forward to Seafall. I think Seafall probably is my big one.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
Comes out.
Well, supposedly, if you believe Rob Davio, he said at BGG that like he had 3 weeks to have it all written up and sent in for them to read over and proofread. So, if you believe him, then I mean he should be, that time period or that process is over and done with. By the same definition, the one from Artana Chronicles, I'm looking forward to seeing that too. As far as the whole legacy games go, I finally started playing Pandemic Legacy, and yeah, I don't know.
How far into it are you?
My wife and I are playing. We're on like the 3rd month.
Yeah.
It's fun. I mean, I'm not having the orgasm every single time I open the box that everybody else apparently is having. So,
Well, you didn't like the original, so.
well, the original one was crap. So I don't know how I was supposed to enjoy it. But hey, they got me. I gave them their money, and yeah, there you go. Asmodee reached out and asked me if I wanted a copy of the most recent expansion for Eclipse. And I said, yeah, sure, I'd like to check that out. And then I realized I haven't played Eclipse in like 2 years. I was like trying to remember the last time I played it. And I was just like, and then I was sitting there thinking about it, and I was just like, why haven't I played Eclipse? When I played it, I had fun. But the last time I played it was at Con of the North, and I think it was 2013. And it was just one of those things where it's like, well, why haven't I played it? And it's just like, I think it's just because it's such an event, you know? And it's just like, and like, I think there's not enough action going on, as far as like the process or what you do. I don't know. It's just been so long. It's just maybe we moved past it. Maybe we got past that game. I'm just muttering to myself. Somebody else answer Barry's question. Jim, what game are you looking forward to?
To be honest, I'm looking forward to launching Zimby Mojo at Gen Con. That's all I've got on my radar right now.
I'm actually looking forward to playing that too. After seeing, you haven't sent me any new development stuff in a while, so.
Well, that's because you never respond to email. I don't know if you got it or not. So I'll tell you what's happening. So Naomi Robinson sent me the tribal boards and the main art for the background, which is just beautiful. The dilemma I have right now is whether to ask her to brighten it up because I don't want the pieces to be lost, competing with the background. I found a wonderful artist on DeviantArt by the name of Tanny Petite. She goes by the name Pragmatic Insanity. I highly recommend you check her out. I just set up a BGG artist page for her, actually. So she's doing some pictures for the rule book.
Can I stop you for just 1 second, please?
Sure.
Did you pay her $6,000?
No. Oh, Jesus.
There's an inside joke I'm not privy to.
I think I saw Aldi smile when I said it. Hey, Scott.
Hey,
All right.
how's it going?
Fine. Okay, Jim, continue on.
So let's see.
No, did you pay her $6,000?
No.
Okay.
No.
Just curious.
Thank you.
Okay.
So that's he's doing great on that. I had Michael Barnes did some play testing of it for me and gave me some opinions, which turned out to be quite worthwhile. So I just had a play test tonight, actually, with a group of people. We had 8 players. It took 2.5 hours. So
Michael Barnes, the one that Scott banned from BGG.
You banned him from BGG. Why is that?
We don't need to bring that up.
Uh,
That's like 10 years ago.
Well, then, what better time to reopen an old scar?
Anyway, I'll send you some updates. Let's move on.
All right, that's cool. That's cool. Good.
Michael Barnes is a fantastic gamer. He's got a great amount of insight into games.
How wonderfully political of you, Scott. Scott,
my god! I stayed up long. I'm not gonna bring it up.
Oh
How's
my,
it going, guys?
oh my God!
You guys, you know what? He's here to brag that he saw Star Wars, right?
Oh,
yeah.
He saw it, right?
Robin,
Hello.
don't
Good morning.
even think about it.
He already saw it.
I will kick you out of this if you say one word. I don't even want to hear you say you liked it or didn't like it. You are not allowed.
Let him say if he likes it.
No, I don't want to hear anything. I don't want to have anything taint my experience of the movie that I will be walking out of 24 hours from right now. So, Robin, it's good to see you. What game are you?
Wow, what a reaction!
I know.
What game are you looking forward to most in 2016?
To be self-indulgent, my own.
Yeah, the Sherlock game, right?
Yeah. Beyond Baker Street, hopefully.
Sounds awesome.
You actually know when it's going to get made?
I might have had a date, and then something might have happened that might have pushed it. Like
What, are you
something
talking about
big
your
might have
personal
happened.
life here or something?
Yeah.
No, but I can't talk about stuff like that.
Star Wars movie came up. He had to watch the Star Wars movie.
Yes, we're not talking about it with Robin and around. He can ruin things for people.
Did you actually go see it already? You've seen it, right?
I have seen it.
Oh.
Why are we talking about this?
Oh, yeah, we get stuff. I was curious if we had gone and seen it last night.
It's old news. It's like
It's so
12 hours ago I saw it.
Tell us about Jar Jar.
The word is saw, not soar. Saw. Saw. There's no R at the end of that word. Robin, it is good to see you. Where have you been? Who moved the rock?
I've been working basically and sleeping, and I was finding that getting up at 4 was taking a bit of a toll on stuff. So I decided to take a little bit of a break.
Oh, nice of you to let us know.
And well, I didn't know. It was always my intention to carry on, but it was just I joined in. I didn't join in. I was watching the end of the last one you did, and I went back and watched actually some of that. And yeah, so yeah.
good to see you.
Good to see you.
And you lot.
What are you holding up over
I
there?
got this
What is
today.
Oh, spoilers!
Whoa, what is that?
That's the resin Crossmaster board.
Oh, neat. Did that come in the
I
Kickstarter
had
today?
no idea it was going to be that big. No, they had
Wow.
a sale. This is normally $400, and they had it for $150.
What?
What
Yeah.
is that for?
Crossmaster Arena.
So it really only cost them like $75 to make.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are they still selling them? Might have to get one.
They might be. Let me look real quick.
Keith and I share
not wrong.
a sickness.
Yeah, we buy crap we don't need that's way too
Exactly.
Well, one of you is a $76 million man. And,
expensive.
And the other runs a website.
yeah. The question du jour, Scott, is the game you're looking forward to in 2016. So what is yours?
Oh, God, it's Seventh Continent. That's easy for me.
Yes, it's still on sale, Scott, but not for much longer. And when they're out, they're out. They only made 1,000 of them. So
You've
There
played
you
it, right,
go.
Lance?
There's the
Seventh
link.
Continent?
Oh, the little pregame that I.
Yeah, so it wasn't the full deal.
Well, it was what it was. You know, it was like the. Oh wow, 77 million at worthofweb.com.
Yeah, it's up.
Sweet. That must be. It says that report is 24 days old, so that must be you're still rolling in your BGG money, your BGG con money. So
Yeah.
No, yeah. I mean, the little thing. I mean, it's unlike any game you've ever played. I mean,
Yeah, when I saw it, I was like, that's got my name written all over it for sure.
and it's a game that playing it solo is actually maybe better than playing it with other people.
I don't like solo. I don't really solo board games. It doesn't really appeal. If I solo anything, it'll be like a computer game or a video game.
Yeah. I mean,
I want to play Nemo's War, but I don't think I'll ever set it up. Like I'll probably have some friend over and like we'll just work on it together.
you're missing out. Nemo's
I
already.
know, and it looks awesome. They're doing a redo of it. They were showing it off at BGCon, and it was like, holy cow, it looks awesome.
Yeah, they're gonna Kickstarter it.
Yeah.
Because everybody does Kickstarter now. Doesn't matter who it is.
I've done a Kickstarter myself.
Yeah, no, you have. When's your next Kickstarter?
I think we're gonna not do Kickstarter anymore.
I remember you saying that.
I'm pretty down on the whole Kickstarter thing. I know it's a poor set of tools for what it sells for 5% of your profit.
But it's free money.
No, it's 5% of your profit. I mean, here's the thing. Like, the tools that you get for Kickstarter are completely inferior. And I'm not saying like Board Game Geek is like the best website for the tools that we have, but holy cow, if I was like working at Kickstarter, I'd be in charge of the software team. I would be revamping the tools on the back end. Like,
well, here's
by
my,
far.
Can I have a counterpoint to there? Why should they
Sure.
bother?
But have you run a Kickstarter? No, I mean, yeah, exactly. Why should they bother? Well, guess what? I'm not running another Kickstarter.
Yeah, but for every one of you, there's like another 100 that are like, got their little merging idea that.
If you have sold more than 1,000 games on Kickstarter, I guarantee you are feeling my pain. We sold 3,500 copies of that game.
Of I Hate Zombies?
I Hate Zombies. And that was a nightmare to fulfill. And the tools that they provide are completely inferior. Let people enter incorrect addresses. Some people, it's just a real. Here's the thing. I like Kickstarter. I'm a big fan of it. But to run your company through that Kickstarter and pay 5% to do so, and you get virtually nothing in return. Like you get a list of email addresses and pre-orders. Like that's what you got, and you have to do all the rest of the work.
What are they supposed to do? Come over and hold your hand? I mean,
no. But if I'm selling, and here's the thing, and it's probably since the bastardization of Kickstarter has changed it so much, they haven't adapted to what people are using it for, which is a store. They need a basket. You need to be able to add items to your order. Like if I want 5 different things that you're selling, you know what I'm talking about, Keith?
Shut up.
Yeah. Like if you want to go to the
I just did Arcadia Quest. I know what you're talking about.
When you're trying to add in like, oh, I got to add $5 for this, $10 for that, and I got to do and I'm not saying that's every Kickstarter, but so many of them are like that, where it's like piecemeal add-ons and things.
No, Arcadia Quest is a perfect example of that crap. Because I just went through it again, right? And it's so. Oh, dude, here's these Kickstarter exclusive add-ons. Here's these other add-ons. What do I need to get? And they keep adding them throughout the campaign. Put all your goddamn add-ons up front so I can fire and forget, not have to go in every other day. Oh, did you add something I forgot to go and frickin' add onto my pledge? How much do I add?
Yeah.
Got to add it up 17 times to make sure I don't screw it up. Granted,
right, like
you
if I overpay
for it
you
later,
money
but
yeah.
still, it's.
But on the back end, the tools are they're terrible.
Yeah, I got the survey today.
Yeah, it's just not good. And to spend 5% of the profit on that, not worth it.
Yeah, that's what.
It's just a mindset, though. I mean, I get it. Well, it's the way that the board game world has gone, right? Because there's this huge audience there that want to buy new games, right, before anybody else can get them, and that's becoming less and less, right? Like, I can go buy Trickerion right now. I don't have my copy of Trickerion yet. I can go order a copy. Like, Keith, you got it before me, and I kickstarted it.
I pre-ordered
it. Like, how crazy is that?
And I got all the I got everything but the baggie, right?
I know it's so dumb, and so I'm not gonna give. Well, I'm not gonna say never, but I probably am not gonna do it.
What am I backing on Kickstarter right now? Oh, nothing for once. Yeah.
I'll back stuff. I like
I'm on
backing
three.
things.
But I'm really tired of like what you're saying though. The one thing where it's just like as soon as like the Arcadia Quest Inferno, I walked away from it because I just didn't want to bother with the whole add this and add that and add this and add that and try to me like I agree figure out myself. That's why they all go to that pledge manager stuff instead.
And so okay, so you pay your 5% to Kickstarter, and then you pay your percentage to
Backer kit or whatever.
BackerKit or whatever tools that are actually work. Believe me, I wish we had done BackerKit. It would have been worth the money, right? You're throwing another few percentage points away. We're in a low margin industry. Like every percentage point that you throw out, like makes it just harder to make a business run. So I don't, but I'm in the minority. I mean, there's all kinds of companies doing it.
I wonder if the Kickstarter business model has changed since they started.
I don't know. I think they're too busy sleeping on their beds full of money to notice that they want to change anything.
Well, because they just released that report about unfulfilled Kickstarters or whatever,
Oh,
and even
yeah.
in that they continued saying that they were
We're not a
they were
store.
still not a store. Yeah, exactly.
10% failure rate. That's pretty high.
I can
That's
tell you
really
that all the tax companies from around the world, they see them as a store.
So
'Cause that's why
I don't
they're
know how
able to
much
charge us from VAT.
how much money to date has Kickstarter raised. Like billions, several billion.
$7.
Gotta be.
I think what they
In the
said was
billion?
$7. $7.87.
Let's say
Anyway.
they raised $10.
Okay, we'll go with the $10.
$10. That means $1 out of all 10 just disappeared into the world.
Well, no, is that like that failure rate? Is that like they got funding and then they didn't provide the thing that they said
Yeah.
they would?
Yeah, that's basically what it is.
Well,
That's pretty bad.
Which, honestly, that means the board game track record is actually pretty darn good compared to everything else.
It is actually. I went through my old Kickstarters last night, and I'm pretty.
I've only been
like-
screwed once.
Oh,
Yeah.
I've been a little bit more, but I back a little more than most.
what
But
was the one company that like expected everybody to pay shipping twice? I forget what it was.
There's been a few of those.
Yeah, that's the one where you paid them shipping once, then they realized that they couldn't afford to send the games out, so they wanted you to pay shipping again.
I can tell you they did that on Cyclodice.
I've done it on a few.
it can happen.
There was a magic one where you got the spells. You had to read out the spells and do the sigils in hand.
yeah,
They wanted people to pay shipping. Certainly over here, they wanted to pay people to pay the shipping twice. to kill the boss.
Serpent's tongue.
Yeah, that's
Serpent's
yeah.
tongue.
But I think
all
they
this
ended up
goes
sorting
past
that out.
my 195.
Anyway, running a Kickstarter on it's just rough. I mean, you get an amazing exposure to a bunch of people, but
That's what you're paying the 5% for. Where else can you go to get that exposure?
Indiegogo.
No, try again. Where else can you go to get that type?
There's only one person I give money to on Indiegogo.
Oh, I don't think there's a competitor.
Exactly. So that's what you're paying 5% for.
Right, but you could also just make the game.
Well, and that's what Jim does, and kudos to Jim.
Yeah.
Yay, Jim.
He's
Thank
muted,
you.
by the way. Oh, there he's back.
But I mean, I don't know. It's
But- I mean, if you have the money to make the game up front, I don't know why you would use Kickstarter.
because it's free advertising.
So there's one.
It's
I get it. Believe me, I get it. You're paying 5%. I mean, it's not free.
Yeah, it is free advertising, but it's also, if people are disgruntled, it gives you a negative halo.
Yeah.
Portal asked the question. I think it was last week sometime. If they should start using Portal games, or should they start using Kickstarter? I know Ignacy's done it for his books, but they actually meant for the next game. I think they're talking with regards to the master set of.
If it's worth 5% of your profit margin to have a lot of pain, then sure. Believe
No,
me,
'cause
the
I-
pain,
my-
the
my-
pain of
my-
international shipping is crazy. Like all the
Yeah,
shipping, all the little details. You're gonna have to hire somebody full time. Is that worth it for you? I don't know. That's basically, or you're gonna have to do all the work yourself.
See,
Which
a
I
lot
would
of
imagine.
My immediate
and-
answer to them was, please don't use Kickstarter. And I got a load of tweets back saying, why on earth not? Why on earth not? Why on earth not? From people who are like, would back their projects. And I'm like, well, yeah, but not what? Not why not? But why? Why should they? What benefit does Portal have from doing it apart from they see these miniature the companies that are putting out miniature games getting hundreds of millions of dollars, the Cool Mini or Not stuff. I'm thinking, well, if that's your only benefit, and you, like you say, you're going to lose 5% of that.
If you have an infrastructure set up where you can handle all your own sales and orders and fulfillment and all that stuff, or you're
Which
going
they
to
do
go
already on their online store,
right?
and they're getting
It's very
American
possible that they'd be fine for them. Yeah. For us though, with a small company like just trying to do one game, it's been I won't say it's been hell, but it's been painful. And there's no tools to help you. Like we had to go through, I want to say 40 hours of like scrubbing through this list of like figuring out who, if you paid $15, what did you buy? Did you buy this and that, or did you all the different little combinations of the orders and stuff. Now, if you're just selling one game and it's one price and you have one SKU or whatever, that's a lot easier. But when you have add-ons and Kickstarter exclusive add-ons and all that stuff, it's
So this is
more of a pain.
Yeah, and this is a thing that a lot of people I don't think about up front is they're enamored with putting on add-ons and enamored with producing stretch goals and enamored with trying to gain buzz and market awareness, and they undervalue their own time. They undervalue and underestimate the energy and time that they're going to have to put into it. Like a band doing a gig where you make $100 a gig, but it costs you $150 to get there and do the gig.
And it works for a lot of people. I mean, if it didn't, I think you probably wouldn't see Cool Mini or Not keep coming back. Like,
Well, I wonder if Zombicide, for example, was that their first Kickstarter? Certainly one of the
probably.
First. Well, if that hadn't done as well, they probably wouldn't still be using it now. They only go back to it because it's done them so well. So they know they've got a market there.
But that's one company out of hundreds, right? So.
Exactly. And if you look back at some of the smaller companies who've been there, how many of them have revised when they've done a second Kickstarter or a third Kickstarter? Yeah. How many of them have revised the method of what they're doing it, or, for example, aren't doing all the add-ons, or
yeah, like I think, in fact, Cool Mini right now.
And stuff like that.
I think the Cool Mini, and I may be wrong, Keith. The Arcadia Quest had a whole bunch of add-ons, but the latest Zombicide was just like you just buy Zombicide, you just buy the game. It had one product, as I recall.
Yeah.
I didn't back the last one, so. But like Blood Rage was no add-ons other than just the 5th player expansion, so it was simpler. So
yeah, they've simplified that world.
They do some simplified, but then Arcadia Quest and Zombicides, they're just like add-on, and let's get our $1 million.
But then, so here's the question: why are Cool Mini not putting on the games like the Grizzled and the other one that they've got coming out, which is a pure board game with no minis? Why are they not putting them on Kickstarter?
Don't have minis, and they're not going to blow up and
Exactly.
make $1 million. So they're going to use the other money for that, put it out, because they're going to have to sell that through word of mouth, reviews, and demos versus look at the plastic.
Mm-hmm.
What's the game that they're coming out
I mean,
with? That
Zombicide did huge, and there wasn't even a rule set.
Say it again there, buddy.
I said when Zombicide went.
Not you, Robin.
It's called something like Whack Attacker. It's Bruno Cathala or Bruno Faduti game. Can't remember which one of them it is. Whack Attacker, I think it's called.
All right, thank you. Carry on.
Gotcha.
No, what were you saying, Keith?
Well, what I'm saying is that it just shows the power of just throwing out piles of plastic, because Zombicide did huge, and I backed it too. And there was no rule set. There was no nothing for that game, right? When it actually launched, we didn't know what the hell the game was going to do, and how it was going to play. Turned out it was actually an okay Ameritrash game, right? So, fortunately, it
and Blood Rage is
Well,
is
Blood
top
Rage
10.
is fantastic.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we were rolling the dice because we didn't know what it was going to do. But at least with Blood Rage, by then they had started putting up some videos showing us how stuff was being played, had a pedigreed designer behind it. But I missed the first Arcadia Quest Kickstarter because the video that they put up on that one was garbage. And I'm like, this looks stupid because they didn't put up a good video, so I didn't back it. Then once I saw people play, I'm like, oh, this looks cool. So, but it didn't matter because most people backed it because of the pile of plastic.
Yeah, I had a similar experience with this, the first Zombicide, which I didn't back because at the time I was backing Apocalypse instead, and I only wanted one zombie game, so it was one or the other. And then with Blood Rage, I didn't back it because there was no rules up online, and the video that they had, as you say, wasn't great. The guys down in Brazil, I can't remember the company, they did
those
video
guys did not do a good video.
But so I didn't back it, and now I regret totally not backing it. I played it, and I'm not 100% certain I see why so many people are raving as much as they are about it. But
I think you can buy Blood Rage now and get all the pieces and parts that were on the Kickstarter.
You can't get the monsters.
Oh, the
No.
extra monsters are not.
Yeah,
Are
the
not
exclusive
available?
monsters. You can get the 5th player, but you can't get the
That's a bummer.
Kickstarter monsters.
The Kickstarter monsters were cool.
Yep, they are.
Unfortunate.
all the monsters, I mean, that is it the Frost Giant, the one that lifting the stone over his head? That's a fantastic mini.
Defenderus, I think that was a Kickstarter exclusive as well.
Yeah, that's an
Yeah,
exclusive.
And that changes the game dramatically. Like, it changes the rules of the game. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird model. Like I said, it was a lot of headaches for us. And if we do another little micro game, we might just print on demand or something like that. I don't know.
You've got a store to sell it on.
Yeah, exactly. I have employees that actually do that stuff, and it was still hard. We're still fulfilling. I hate
you had to listen to them complain. It was so rough on you.
No, I was not listening to them complain. I actually had.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You were like, yeah, whatever. Just take care of this. Don't call me.
Just do it. Shut up.
I'm the $77 million man. Haven't you seen?
Oh my god.
Come on, Ollie, say it.
If you're a solo person and you sell 3,500 copies of a game through Kickstarter, good luck. If you're just on your own, it's gonna be rough.
I thought that Exploding Kittens was going to be just hell on them because they sold so many copies, but they probably just hired it all out because they had so much money.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
they just.
Well, their price point was $20 too, right? For what probably cost them like $2, $3 to make. That's a big upsell.
And had 5 minutes of development.
What do you mean? That's a perfectly crafted game for 5-year-olds.
It's
It
It
took
is-
just a hair longer than it took to come up with Slapjack.
Yeah.
or Slamwich.
Which is Slapjack.
Yeah, which is slapjack, but it's a sandwich.
Oh, crap.
What was the game? God, you just made me think of this, and it might have been something. And somebody's gonna say that was this, you stupid moron. But well, I remember playing a game in my grandma's house when I was young, and you would go around, like there was like this thing in the middle, like this little plastic box that had a thing that you slapped down, and it would actually put a hand down.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And then you had to do something with cards, and as soon as you had the right cards, you could hit the button, and then you put your hand down, and people would hit it like at the same time, and whoever's hand was on the bottom won.
Yeah.
Oh, and then I remember one time we broke one of the hands because me and my brother hit it at the same time really hard, and we broke the plastic of one of the hands. Somebody's gonna find out. And Jim, to answer your question, you can be offended.
Thanks. I'm going to say goodnight, everybody. Sleep well.
Jim, if I don't talk to you before Christmas, you have an absolute amazing holiday, okay, my friend?
Thank you, you guys as well. I hope it's happy, healthy, peaceful, and very refreshing. Have a great one, guys.
Have a good one, Jim.
Bye-bye.
Someday I'm going to have to jump down the road and see you.
I'm looking forward to it, Keith. Anytime. Shoot me an email, dude.
Take care.
Thanks. Bye-bye, guys.
Bye, buddy. I want his tapestry that's behind him.
Maybe you can get Joel's artwork instead.
Well, why would I want that? Made by some talentless hack with 3 thumbs.
Did any of you guys play that game that they were talking about?
Subterfuge?
Subterfuge? Did anybody? No, I was just.
No.
I put that podcast on while I was falling asleep this morning, and I heard like all this weird talk about it. It was in my head.
What are you talking about? What game? What?
They played like an online computer game or like a.
Who did?
Joel and Marty and
Rich Summer and
Rich and Rodney.
When did they do this?
Just
Recently.
It's apparently it's a week-long game. Like you get like 10 people in it, then you hit start and it just goes, and then
It's
the game.
kind of an app version of Diplomacy.
Right.
Sure, yeah.
We have to talk with people.
It was that one Marty was talking about when he was on a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Oh, it's
Slap happy.
Slap happy. Thank you.
Here's a picture.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm looking at this. Yeah, that's the one. And then like the thing in the middle, we broke it.
We
broke
had
one
that.
of
We
the
had that
things.
game too. Yeah, because the 1, 2, 3, and 4 would go down on top of each other. They would like to show the order of which where you pushed.
Well, it was just a take on the old game Spoons. Did you guys ever play Spoons growing up? You ever have like those hour-long wrestling matches for the last spoon
For
on the
one
floor?
spoon? No.
Oh.
Nope.
I remember we would break spoons at the lake cabin. I remember one time we broke so many spoons we had to play fork.
You broke metal spoons.
Yeah, like we would bend them, like literally like rolling. My brother and I rolling around on the floor, trying to grab the spoon. We would argue about which way the spoons had to face.
You're like
'cause obviously you
You're
wanted,
like young Uri Gellers.
yeah, you wanted the side without the handle because it's easier to hold on to and wrap your fingers around it, and you could grab it. And good old spoons. Just way too many arguments and fights and just memory.
Well, I'm looking forward to that Conan game too.
That'll be a good game.
Yes.
The minis look amazing.
You did a review for that, right, Lance?
Yes, sir.
How did you find the whole mechanism, the stamina mechanism?
I thought it worked really well. I mean, I didn't have any issues with it. I guess. I mean, it's just
That's what sold me on the game. I didn't back it, but I went in afterwards and bought into the Kickstarter exclusives through the.
And it's not
Place.
easy.
Kickstarter.
Oh, you'll get yours first then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
probably.
mean, it wasn't easy. I mean, Conan, you get killed as Conan a lot. I mean, it's a tough game. Especially if you run into that snake. That snake's tough.
Is it
You'll rip
competitive?
it apart. Well, it's co-op, but
Co-op.
I mean,
But you could die.
Yeah. So I mean, and you fail obviously because you die and whatever. But no, it's like I said, the game looks pretty impressive. So.
I love the artist. Adrian Smith's a fantastic artist.
Yeah. If I put a gun to your head and said Game of the Year, what would you guys say right now?
Me, Warhammer Quest Adventure Path game or whatever it's called.
Oh, jeez.
Right now.
I would say get that gun away from my head.
Yeah, really.
There's like
It's
10
tough,
games
yeah.
I'm still wanting to play. I haven't played Food Chain Magnate. I haven't played Signore.
But
I
okay,
haven't
so
played-
you have to go by what you played. I mean,
Okay,
up
what
to
I
the
played?
Point. What's your Game of the Year?
After that, it'll be Roll for It.
Yeah, roll through the galaxy. Roll for the galaxy.
Yeah, that's.
Did you say roll for it?
Yeah, I meant Roll Through the Galaxy.
No, no,
I knew that's what you meant.
You
I
said
knew
roll
that's what
for
you
it.
Roll for it wasn't this year.
Roll for it. He said it. I'll tell
Roll
Chris
through the
later.
galaxy.
He'll be very pleased. He'll be very pleased.
Roll for the Galaxy is pretty awesome.
I do like that game.
I have yet to pick up the expansion.
I gotta say Codenames too, because Codenames, man, I've been playing that a lot.
Oh, you're just a tool for the party game magnates.
It's not really. Is it a party game though?
Yes, it is. It's a party
I played
game.
with my I play with my parents at Thanksgiving. Me and Michelle.
It is
my
a
mom,
gateway
parents.
social game.
It is. It's a party game.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to go to a
Thank
party
you,
when they're
man.
playing Codenames.
No,
I played a bit. I played it at the Plaid Hat party at BGG.
It can work. It can work in a party, but I would not call it a party game.
I would.
It doesn't have to
would.
be.
I would have played that at the Plaid Hat thing too, but I was too busy playing Seafall.
Weren't you in?
I played
weren't you in
Seafall a
Uber?
year ago.
Weren't you in an Uber?
Well, I was trying. No, I got a ride back with Scott King, and then Steve Avery was supposed to come back with us, and he was just, I don't know, he was.
That'll teach you to leave the convention.
Yeah, it was a mess. When I go back to BGG Con, I might leave to go to the Hard 8 once, but other than that, I am.
No, going out for food is fine, but like if you go to a party.
Oh, it was cool to be invited. It was cool to be there, and it was cool to like talk and BS the people. It was really cool to play Seafall. I'll say that right now. But I
You could have played that on site though.
yeah, I could have. I got to bust out my radio voice and do the narration for it, and it was cool. No, I mean, but yeah, I mean, it was like, you know, just getting back to the hotel and everything else. It was just, yeah. I will, yeah, next time. No, not happening. It'll, yeah, you said it. You even told me that, Aldi, I believe. You said, don't leave.
Well, everything turns into a big, long ordeal. Like, that's why I try not to leave as much, you know, even though I'd like to go out and do stuff with other people, like, it just turns into a long kind of, you know.
You know, the weirdest thing about that convention for me was the fact that, like, even though I was, like, dead tired, it was, like, midnight. And I was like, I gotta go to my room, I gotta go to bed. This is just ridiculous. I need some sleep. I got, like, you know, like, third day, I've got a total of, like, 12 hours over the last 3 days. But I couldn't do it because I thought I was missing something if I went upstairs and fell asleep. I was just yeah, it was a weird combination of things.
Yeah, my schedule was pretty rough. I would go to bed around 3 a.m. and wake up at 9 every day. So I get about 6 hours a night.
You slept more than I did then.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're a maniac. You're crazy.
I just couldn't sleep in, or I would have. I was just like, nope, I'm awake, so I'm downstairs at 7 in the morning walking.
You were delirious tired.
Oh my god. I was like hallucinating.
Yeah, you were like.
I was like, you were telling me a story. I forget what were we talking about that night.
I don't even remember because
You were telling me something about your mom or your grandmom or something like that.
Yeah, and then.
And I'm like, I'm just doing. I'm like, I don't want to like fall asleep in front of you because I don't want to be rude or anything. But I was.
You were setting up pillows on either side of you.
I was trying to
over.
Stay away. It was rough. It was rough. Saturday is so busy for me, and that was like Saturday night, right?
Yeah, no, and we were hanging out in the Glasscock room, me and you.
The Glasscock, yeah.
All by
I got to go
ourselves.
into Glasscock for a little bit.
Yeah.
I felt privileged.
That was a new room for us actually. It was pretty swanky.
It was pretty cool.
Because normally I don't hang out in the war room because there's no like comfy chairs. But that had like a couch and then some.
They had that
chairs.
little private gaming area, basically.
Yeah, I got a couple games in on that table.
Yeah, in the Glasscock.
Normally I don't get to play much because.
Normally you don't get to do much Glasscock, but.
No, not. A lot of Glasscock this year.
Oh,
Kicked your butt at Dojo Cool.
Yeah, you did.
With my.
and I tied, and he won the tiebreaker when we played.
Yeah, that's true.
What did you think of Dojo Kun, man? Because that was my game of Essen.
It's
It's good and bad. I don't know.
doesn't
I agree.
the worker placement first half is just like it isn't meaty at all. You know, it's like it's so there's so many spots on the board that you'll never use, just because you have so few people to do your stuff.
Didn't we find that the adventuring was not worth the effort?
It was just like there was
It felt a little underdeveloped, maybe.
There were so many things about it. I mean, the actual like, well, okay, here's my 2-minute speech about it. One thing I can't stand about worker placement games is when the obvious thing to do is obvious. You know, it's just like, oh, well, I need this, so I have to take this, or oh, I need this, or even on the other side for obvious is, well, everything else is taken, and so I have to take this mediocre thing that's going to get me somewhat of what I need because I have to do this. I need to have another fighter. You know, I need to have another training option or something like that. So, like, you have those things. So, like, there's not really a decision when it's your turn. It's just kind of like, well, of these, like, 5 things that are available, this is what I have to do. And I absolutely hate when, like, you'll play an entire game and there's spots that just nobody takes.
Nobody ever takes. Maybe we were missing something there.
Well, no, I mean, because I played it 3 times, and it was just like, and the thing is that there's games that have those spots that suck, but they make them better. Look at Agricola. You keep adding stuff to the spot until it's worth taking, because it gives you so much.
Yeah, like if they added power to the training.
Yeah, and Dojo just doesn't do that. It doesn't do that. Now, the second half of the game is the most fun. It's the actual like fighting. But the thing that sucks with the fighting is that it's just like, okay, each of you roll the dice once, and just input the stats into the computer and see who wins.
But we did have a lot of fun doing that in our game because
it's fun.
But it wasn't the game that made us have fun. It was our Karate Kid bullshit.
Yeah.
The Karate Kid. Yeah. There's some fun. There's fun to be had in that game. I enjoyed us playing the game.
It's definitely a game that, like, the first time you play, you're gonna giggle because you're gonna look at the fighters that you have option. It's like, oh look, I can get Hulk Hogan, you know. And
there's also the Bloodsport narrative, right? Like,
yeah, you know, you will enter Kumite, you know, just like that whole thing, and like, you know, there is no mercy in this dojo, Mr. Lawrence.
Yeah,
you know that you do the quotes, but then it's, you know, that's gonna die off quick. I mean, I played that game 3 times, and maybe I'll play it again at some point in the future. But
you have to review it. You owe me a review.
Yeah, I told you.
Remember?
I will review it.
Deal.
Well, I played it, but I don't need to own it.
We had a deal.
I just did the review. I did the review.
Oh, you did a review? Oh, cool.
It was a Google Hangout spoken word review. Okay. So technically, I have.
Okay.
I think the thing is that I don't think that will get picked up. I mean, like,
it's already picked up.
Really?
Yeah.
Is Asmodee just gonna produce it, or?
I don't know if it's Asmodee. It's something like that.
Well, because Yamaya is one of Asmodee's little side companies, like the Matagos.
Yeah, it's going to get a bigger.
Moonster Games and whatever. Well, I mean, that's fine, but I mean, the thing is that game is exceedingly mediocre. I mean, I guess, and you'll get 2 or 3 places. They should take that fighting.
The fighting mechanism, yeah.
That and make that the game, you know, and make a game out of that. And
have a way to level up and ditch the whole worker placement.
Yeah, ditch them, or make a worker placement that's actually worthwhile. I don't know.
The adventuring thing, like none of us ever did the adventuring thing. Like, that's not a path to victory.
No, it isn't. I mean, it's just
and then it needed to be more like, oh, I'm going to go adventuring and not level up, so I don't win the tournament, but I go on adventures.
Yeah, and then
I need my powers and stuff.
Because winning the tournament is like, everything else is like, oh, you get 1 victory point, or here's 2 victory points. Yeah. Oh, you win the tournament? Here's 17 victory points for winning the tournament. It's just like, oh, okay, well, why would I do anything? And then ultimately, what happens with everybody is that they. Like in that second phase when you're getting ready for the second tournament, what happens then is that every single person They don't even do anything other than just use their grandmaster to double train their people, and then they just train them to raise up their stats because you have to have good stats to be able to win the tournament. So you're not even using the board; you're using your own board. Talk about this.
I think at that
more I'm
point,
getting angry.
Yeah, it's a neat. I don't know. It's still a fun game. Is it a great game? No, but it's fun. And I like all the characters. They were really cool.
Well, it was cool, but and then there was the chef that was obviously Steven Seagal, and the guy that was obviously Van Damme, and whatever. And we had fun laughing and joking about Van Damme movies and things like that. So it facilitated a fun time at the table, despite its lackluster mechanisms. So there you go.
Yeah.
I would not encourage anybody to race out and spend $60 on it right now.
Have you seen? Okay, it's a relatively new game, and it's not fighting. It's sumo. It's one of the sumo games that came out at Essen, called Kumo Hashani, where you have to push a block out of the arena.
Oh yeah,
You see that?
that one had really striking artwork, as I remember.
It's amazing artwork. It's actually based on a comic series in France,
Okay.
a fighting series in France. But they've got just the most amazing. Talking about box and box inserts. So they've got a regular cardboard insert, but it's open on one edge, and it's got a hole at the other edge, which you push the wooden box out of. So it's another one of these wooden box things.
Hey, I got Jam
It's
Sumo. I don't
really
need
nice.
anything else.
Was that
Jam
good?
Sumo! I have fun with playing it with my daughter. So that's all that matters to me. So and plus I know I'm going to be one of the few people in the world that own a copy. So there's that as well.
Does
Jam
that
Sumo.
increase the enjoyment of the game?
I don't know. Maybe. Sure.
For him, yes.
Nah.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. Yeah,
Which one?
when I saw the demo of it and it looked really neat. I definitely want to
Is
try
that guy
it.
grabbing that guy's crotch?
What is
That's
this?
what I thought.
What is that game?
Kumo Hogosha.
Nut rub.
Hogosha.
Hogosha. Kumo Hogosha.
That's some.
It's a really nice board and chunky dice. And,
Oh yeah, big dice.
except you don't actually roll the dice as such. I mean, you roll them. You choose the facing of them.
Hmm.
Oh, you jerks! Now I gotta put something on my wish list.
Oh, this didn't go on your radar.
No.
Have you gone through your stack of games from Essen yet?
Oh yeah, I've gone through my stack O games, but this looks pretty cool actually.
What stands out?
504 has been fun. Food Chain Magnet's pretty amazing.
Say those again.
504 is fun. Food Chain Magnate is pretty amazing.
Did you play Deluvia yet?
Yes, I played Deluvia at BGGCon actually. That is, it's a very, very, very heavy Euro. I shouldn't say very, very heavy. I'll say very heavy Euro. It has a cool moment that I can't decide if I like it anymore. Is that when you play it, you have to basically switch your engine halfway through the game because I think I've told this a few times now. There are fake points and there are real points, and you want to earn fake points for a while. Plus, let me just say this: wow, Spielworks just doesn't care about the production of their games. I mean,
that had to be a mistake. It had to be.
The fact that there's the person with the red cubes, and then there's a pink cube that they use as resources that looks exactly the same color as the red cubes.
That had to be a manufacturing issue that they couldn't correct.
I don't know. But Spielworks has printed games that have half printed components and things like that. Look, Arkwright comes to mind, where they just gave up halfway through printing everything on each person's player board and stuff like that. It's just they're just weird. They're just flat out weird. But regardless, so no, so you place these. You're building a floating city, and so you're placing these little buildings.
Yeah, you're reserving land.
Yeah, and then you make these buildings that like produce things. They can produce, but they produce fake points and real points and cubes and all this other stuff. And the big thing is that like you want to get your fake points
Hey,
up.
Lance, move your mic back like 1 inch.
You move your mic back 1 inch.
I'm sorry. It'll make you sound better.
You make me sound better.
That's perfect.
Everybody makes you.
Shut your mouth.
Yeah.
No. So basically, you want to get your fake points up really, really high, and then you got to figure out at what point you're going to switch gears, and then start switching your machines to start making real points. And the more real you make more real points depending upon where your fake points are when you start switching gears. So it's got that going for it. That's kind of cool. The theme is completely pasted on. I mean, it can be anything. They don't even try to pretend that like, oh, and the black cubes are iron and the white cubes are cotton.
They don't even say what they are.
Yeah, they're just cubes.
They're just cubes. They're just colors.
Yeah. Go ahead and
I
collect.
like I like the market where you buy the tiles or whatever.
Yeah.
I had not seen that before.
It's got cool stuff, and it's a game that not a lot of people are going to enjoy. It'll be a total
heavy.
niche.
It's heavy.
Yeah, it'll be a total niche, and people will be like, "Oh, this is neat," and there'll be like it'll have its proponents, it'll have its champions, if you will, people saying that this game's amazing or whatever, and
it kind of reminded me of Arcadia. Remember Arcadia with a K?
Was that the one that had like you built the little towers or whatever of the plastic?
Yeah, it had little guys that reserved the land for you.
Yeah, I remember that. That was an old Rio Grande. No, that was an old
I think it was Ravensburger.
Ravensburger. Yeah, it was an old Ravensburger game. I owned a copy of that years ago.
You were building houses and stuff.
Yeah, I ended up selling it off or trading it for something. Lord knows what.
I don't know. I thought it was okay. It's a heavy game though. It's definitely gamer's game.
And it's got a horrible rule book. It's just
we saw about 4 issues in the rule book, which I wish were fixed before. But
well, and then I played it with who's his face from Fun Again, who actually was the person that transcribed the rule book for them. I can't think of his name. Yeah, Nick. Super nice guy.
Yeah.
Super nice guy. Even if he wouldn't give me a discount on his games.
Did you play Automania yet?
Automania? Automania. Yeah, we played that actually at BGG-Con. Well, we got like 2/3 through a game, and then we were tired.
I like it a lot.
It's weirdly light, but not light. I don't know. It's
a light look of a game. It's not.
It looks like I'm playing a cartoon, and it's just like, and then you sit there and like, but it's kind of neat.
Game.
Well, yeah, and you kind of have to like. I like the whole idea of like the prognostication of like the market of what's going to be, what's coming down the pipe kind of thing, like next round the cars are going to need to have really really cool add-ons or whatever, and I think our choice of the time we decided to play that at like 2:30 in the morning. It was me.
It's heavy for that time.
Me, Barry, and Berkey, Kevin Burkhartsmeyer from Board Game Theater. We tried to sit down and play a game of it, and we were sitting around all these people that were like yak. And we were like next to Daryl Andrews and Jared Honeycutt and Maggie Bott, and like people were just kind of like. I mean, so there was a lot of interaction going on outside the table, and but we got about 2/3 of the way through. We're just like, ugh, another time. And we, not because the game wasn't good or anything like that, just that we were very out of sorts, I guess.
Yeah, it was late when you asked me, and I'm like, nope, I'm good.
Yeah.
Because I was actually.
Well, we didn't really want you to play anyway, so we were we were just asking to be nice.
I'm glad because I didn't
Yeah.
play.
Well, that's good. And then it
Just
worked out
because I
for
didn't want to
everybody.
play anything, I was done.
Yeah. Well, it worked out for everybody then.
So what were your favourite games to play at BGG-Con then?
Well, every game I played was awesome, Robin, because you weren't there, and I didn't have to play with you.
Yes.
But then you've never played with me, so you don't know what experience you're missing.
Well, I can pretty much assume.
How much spoiler do you want right now?
Well, see,
Star
Han Solo was Luke's father, brother.
yeah.
Can I just say one thing? That the Star Trek trailer, they didn't show it at our cinema.
Did they have the sabotage music?
They didn't show it.
They didn't show it.
Nothing. We had 3 other trailers, which were one of them might have been a good film.
Harry Potter. New Harry Potter
Point
trailer.
Break.
Oh, Point Break. Ugh.
What the hell?
How can you improve on perfection?
Oh, I know.
Point Break is perfect.
Let's take a movie that shouldn't have been made and let's make
I'm not gonna pull the cord, Brody.
There's one called
I am an
Joy.
FBI agent.
And I
And then
played
the
a
new
lot of
Tarantino
I
games
love
on
Point
BGG.
Break. Oh, I love Point Break.
Point Break's a good movie for its ridiculous, over the top.
Yes.
Gary
Gary Busey.
Busey, yeah. He actually, I think I read it. I saw an interview with him. He wouldn't take the role unless they promised that his character would die, and he had to have like a great death scene. He said, and so then he got one, and yeah. Hey, people knock the Busey, but he's crazy. But I mean, he's a good kind of crazy. He's crazy and knows it, which is a good crazy. I always love that line from Seven. He's like, I gotta ask you a question. Do you know you're crazy? I mean, do you sit around your living room and just say to yourself, it is absolutely insane how effing crazy I am right now? Just like, I was like, yeah.
Is that from Seven?
That was from Seven, Brad Pitt, when they're driving in the car.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He's like, I gotta ask you a question. Do you know you're crazy? Yeah.
I haven't seen Seven in a long time.
I saw
it's a cool movie though. I love that.
I saw Seven on a Sunday afternoon with my buddy Matt, and like it was like the movie had been out for like a week and a half, and everybody was talking about how it was just amazing, and so we went to go see it, and it was like literally we walked out of like the air conditioned theater, and we walked out into the warm sunny day, like 90 degrees outside. And we were like, wow, the sun. I didn't expect to see that ever again. We were just blown away by the end of that movie. Like we didn't even talk for like 15 minutes. And finally, I asked Matt, he's like, do you think you would have shot him in the end? Spoiler. I think you would have shot him at the end. And he said, then just like pause, like minute goes by of silence. Right, and he just says, yeah. I mean, you really don't have anything to live for at that point anyway. It's just like, yeah, that's true. You know, just like, but yeah, no, great movie, obviously. So,
Trent Reznor soundtrack too.
Yeah.
David Bowie, Trent Reznor. Oh, so good.
Did you know that those books with all the writing in them that they find or whatever?
They wrote them.
They wrote those books. They made them. They didn't just print off a bunch of squiggly lines. They actually had people sit there and write down all those words or whatever.
So the deluxe version of the Laserdisc had all of the screens of all the books.
All of the what?
It had screenshots of all the books.
Well, how many screenshots was that?
I mean, it was like hundreds. It was like hundreds of pages of like you could just go through all of it, frame by frame.
Of the Laserdisc?
Yeah, weren't you a Laserdisc guy?
I had a friend who had a Laserdisc.
Laserdisc, a special edition of 7, had all the props that were in his room were like photographed and like on the you could look at them.
No, was Laserdisc the one? Those are like the giant like records, basically, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It was a crappy format. You could put a lot of money into it and it still wouldn't look very good. Didn't look as good as
it was basically just a big record.
I mean, it was a plastic format, right? With the that was read by laser, and it had indentations on it. Or the digital ones. I'm thinking of video discs. Video discs had indentations. Laserdisc was a digital format.
Yes. Huh. Crazy.
Yeah, and the Star Wars one, you could spend. I think the definitive edition of Star Wars was about $300. It had all 3 movies, and only. So Laserdisc had 2 formats. One was like a very high definition format, and you would have to flip the disc every 30 minutes. Because it'd only be 30 minutes per side.
Yeah. Did you see that? Did you see that they're going to release the original Star Wars on Blu-ray without any edits? Like they're going to do it. They're going to actually. Well, I mean,
they need more money. I mean, come on, Disney needs more money.
Yeah. They need more money, but I mean, yeah, but I mean I have friends that like that have been hoarding their old VHS copies of that, just so you can see Hand Shoot First and everything like that.
If you have Laserdiscs, it's on Laserdisc too.
Go break out your Laserdisc there, Aldi. You think with
I gave my Laserdisc collection away.
You think a $77 million man?
Hundreds of pounds of Laserdiscs. I had the 7 definitive Criterion Collection 7.
Criterion Collection. What a rip-off that is.
But that's how you get to look at all of John Doe's diaries.
I suppose. If you just want to
read. You were the one that brought it up. You said they drew everything, and I said, yeah, you can read it all.
Yeah, but why would I want to read a bunch of?
I don't know.
Oh, fine.
Hey, Scott, there you go, Aldi. There's your video disc.
Yeah, there's the video. I did not have video disc. I had laser discs. Oh, video disc was awesome, man. Magnavox? Is that Magnavox?
That's RCA, but it had Star Trek on the ad I found. But it's pretty much about the same thing, though.
Oh, that's awesome.
A revolutionary system that plays sound and pictures through your TV.
On records!
Notice the channel,
TV.
The channel changer on the TV.
It's a touchpad. It's not a dial.
Hey, hands up if you remember having to get off your couch and going up to the TV to turn the channel. Oh, yeah.
Go beyond that one to where you had to actually turn your antenna with the
Just
rotor.
the antenna? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The little spinny antenna? The little...
Yep.
No, we had the big tower outside the house so that we could pick anything up.
I remember my dad had a remote my dad had a remote for the TV that had a cord on it. It's because it was a remote, but you basically you had to string it all the way down back to the TV and hit the button. And,
my parents had a remote. It's called Keith.
Yeah. I remember my grandparents, my dad's parents. They lived in Washburn, North Dakota, and they had an actual honest to God remote, and it was the one that was like with the spring, and so the noise of the spring would be heard by the TV, and it would tell
So it was the clicker.
Oh yeah,
it was it created a spark.
No. Google Slinky changing TV channels, and that was something that actually happened. Like parents would be watching TV, and a kid would walk through the room, and they'd play with their Slinky next to the TV, and the TV would change the channel because the springs would make the exact right noise to change the channel. And I remember the whole thing was it was like whatever it was the 13 channels that they had, like you could only go one direction.
It was ultrasound, yeah.
The thing either turned the TV off and on, or it moved the channel up one. And so you had to go all the way through, like, oh, you're on channel 6, but you want to watch channel 4? Okay, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
At least you only had to go
3,
13.
4. Yeah, so it was just like, yeah, I remember that. It was Washburn.
I was pretty lucky. We got cable TV right off, like the bat. Where you I don't know if any of you guys had cable TV where they gave you the remote as like a box was on a cable, and you could push the buttons like the. It was like a big keypad.
Our when we got cable, ours was just a black box that had a dial that you could go through, And I remember like you got like HBO and stuff for free right away, but then you didn't get them. But
You
I
get it for
remember as a
like a day.
kid, you could like you could turn the dial and you could get it to like halfway, and it would come in. It would come in. You know, it was weird. You'd like, and you could even do that and then just slowly edge it to the side, and then it would work just fine. And this is a great story. So, somehow, like my brother found out. My older brother found out how it worked, how the cable worked. Like as far as how you got the channels you want to watch, it wasn't like now where digitally you like just they determine what you have access to and they give you that. Like it was actually the box
So
itself.
they would scramble. They would scramble everything.
Well, no. So so basically when you would go, you tell them like they'd say, "Oh, you want to get HBO and Showtime and the movie channel or whatever? You want to get those?" Okay. So they would say, "Bring us the box to the cable company, Cablecom back in the day." And they would take your box and then they give you another box, looks exactly the same, but they say this one is set up for the channels. Well, what they did was they just went in the back, opened up the back of the box, and flipped the dip switches inside of it to turn on basically the channel. So when it got the feed, so my brother figured that out. My brother found out how it worked, or probably paid some guy $20 or gave him a case of beer, and he told him how it worked. And so he went up and down our street, and he went to everybody's door, and basically like all the friends of the family, and he set everybody's cable box up for all the free channels. He just
original cable pirate.
Yeah. So and that was back when like cable had only 36 channels. I mean, there was like 36 channels, and that was all it was. And he would just he set up everybody's so like they got everything. Because it was something stupid like all the dip switches, you just push them all up to the top, and then you got everything or something like that. And so that went on
through obscurity.
Yeah, so that one went on for months, even a year. But then all of a sudden, like Cablecom or whatever, kind of realized it's like, well, geez, it's like we kind of lived in an upper middle class area of town, and they're like, wow, there's like everybody else is paying for premium channels, but everybody on this street, like nobody's paying for premium channels. They're just paying for basic cable, and it's just kind of like, and so they went and like I remember one time my brother came home from school. He was biking home, and there was the Cablecom van, and they were getting out, and there was these guys, and they were walking up to the walking up to the house, and they were talking to people, and my brother was like, "Oh crap, they found out that he did this," and so then the phone rang. And it was a friend of my mom's, and they're like, yeah, the cable company came, and they wanted to know how our thing got set up for free cable. And I just told them, I don't know, it just came that way. But they're going door to door. And so there was this hilarious moment as my brother was biking down the street as fast as he could, racing into these houses and switching the cable boxes back and going. And then he told my mother, he's like, don't let him in the house. Just say you can't look at our TV or whatever. And And they knew. I mean, they had to know. There's this 16-year-old kid, riding a 10-speed as fast as he can, diving into each house with a Phillips screwdriver, just asking to look at their cable box. They had to know, but of course they couldn't do anything. And I remember they came to our house and they were just all like, "Can we see your cable?" And my mom's like, "No, you can't. Sorry. Bye." Oh,
sure, then when they reset it, as soon as they leave, you put it right
back.
But yeah, I mean that was back in the day.
Remember when HBO was on at like 5 p.m.?
Oh yeah, it didn't turn on
until 5 p.m. until like midnight or 2 a.m. or something like that. That's so crazy.
Remember you went through space and you went into the O.
Yeah.
And then the side of the O was the
something
the screen.
Feature presentation. What was it?
Yeah, a home box office feature presentation. Yeah, just.
My parents had On TV. Do you remember On TV? Did you guys have that?
No, I didn't have that. What was On TV?
It had like a key where they could turn it off, to lock me out. Because it was like a
no Emmanuel and at dark for you at 2 in the morning.
Nope. No Skinamax.
No Skinamax. I was such a horrible kid. We get the cable guide or whatever for the month, and I'd go through, like, they had the listing of every single movie. So like if you saw, oh, so like Police Academy 3's on, you flip and you could read the subject of Police Academy 3, and they'd say, oh, the madcap antics of the blah blah blah, whatever, and then it would have like rated R for, and you'd see
Sexual.
L and things, and so like, and then. But there was one that was like, I'd sit there and I'd read through every single one, and I'd look for ones that said SSC because it was strong sexual content, and so I'd go through and I'd figure out what movies they were, and they were inevitably always on Skinamax, and then I would write down on a notepad like the nights that those shows were on, and then like 2:30 in the morning, just what, Lady Chatterley's gardener's lover or whatever, and just like, okay, I gotta sneak out of the room at 2:30 in the morning, go turn on the TV, and watch, really bad and horrible softcore pornography, but whatever. When you're like 12 years old and just a bundle of nerves and idiocy, you do dumb things. And then I remember, oh yeah, so, but we all, I'm the only one. Okay, fine.
You're the only one, Lance.
I didn't get cable.
I'm the pervert.
Cinemax and Showtime and all that stuff.
I didn't get cable till college, so.
One of the best
Yeah,
things
I
that
was
ever
18.
happened to me. My parents getting divorced, wasn't like it wasn't cool. But I was so young, I didn't really understand it. So, but one of the cool things was when I was like 11 or 12 years old, and I'd bike over to my dad's house and hang out with him. He had a subscription to Playboy, and that was a gold
man.
mine. Yes. So. And I also had a key to his house, and so there was a lot of times when I knew he'd be working, and I just, I'm gonna go to my dad's house and look at his Playboys for a couple hours. Just like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I've said this before. I don't know what I would have done as a 13-year-old full of hormones and with the internet. I honestly,
You would have got a lot of viruses on your computers.
There's no. Seriously,
Pop-ups.
remember when you had to like try to figure out how you were gonna like be able to find a picture of a naked girl when you were like 13 years
And
old?
now you can't avoid finding.
Oh
it,
no,
so.
you can't. It's just, it's crazy. It's just like you don't want to talk about, but things that my son will never have to worry about.
Finding porn. Nope.
Yeah,
That'll be easy.
no. Here, hold on. Let me look at my phone. Google, find me a naked picture of a girl.
Your son will never use the JCPenney lingerie.
He's gonna have a hologram.
I remember.
He's gonna have the hollow.
Whatever. The phone's
virtual reality helmet that's coming out this year.
The phone's gonna come with a glove attachment. You wouldn't have to do anything. No, I remember a buddy of mine once told me, yeah, there was like a U.S. News and World Report magazine where there was like a protest, and there was a picture of like 2 or 3 women that took off their tops off and like were protesting something. And he's like, yeah, it's on page like 17 of the like January 17th issue. And I lied to my mom. I said, yeah, I heard there was, because we got that magazine. And like, I went and dug through the magazines, found this one. It was like and I kept it. I kept it like under my bed just because there was this little 2-inch by 3-inch thing of like that had like 2 or 3 not very attractive topless women in that picture, just because I didn't have anything else. It was just like that was what you had to do. Oh, I'm pathetic.
It's definitely a different world now, for sure.
It is. I can't even comprehend. I remember reading once, it was like reasons. There was like on a Mad Magazine thing was like reasons why your kids are gonna have it a lot worse than you. It's like, and then one of the things they're going to have to find music that's more offensive than the Beastie Boys. It's just like things like that. It's just like just like what music are my kids going to listen to that I'm going to like go, oh my God, what is this crap you're listening to? But then I
Keith,
realize it's pop
you-
music.
Do you have those on your order list or your
What?
restock?
Shit.
Shittens?
Disposable shaped moist wipes. 20 count for $20. They're $1 a piece to
A
wipe
buck
your
each?
ass.
No one wants poop.
Cause poop is gross, it says on the box. This needs to be given away at BGG Con next year.
Well, old-fashioned
we-
square
we-
web mice, put your hand up.
I've been trying to get
You have got to be kidding me.
What's her name? Old Spice as a sponsor.
I just found something better.
Why is it called Big Mouth?
That's the
That
company.
was terrible. That was terrible.
How much is this? How fast can I get? Oh God, it's not in stock till the 22nd. Oh, we've got a white elephant gift thing Saturday at this game night, and I would totally take wiener cleaner. So
It's on Prime. It's on Prime.
yeah, but it's not in
Yeah.
stock till the 22nd.
No, it's not in stock.
What a shame.
I like how it's like the 2015 holiday toy list is on this page.
I like what it says.
Mom
One
picks.
size fits most.
Is that what it says?
Personal hygiene has never been as stimulating.
Oh, terrible.
And then right below that, kids picks.
That's Amazon's algorithms for you.
One collectible from $1,743.
What are the reviews on the?
The wiener cleaner's at 4.5 stars.
It's got 414 reviews.
Yeah,
I'm sure everybody's bought one.
great
So
for
what's the negative
teenagers.
What was the
I
negative?
couldn't get my 16-year-old son to shower without complaining.
Check
He's
pros.
taking 6 or 7 showers a day.
This is a hit at the bathhouse. We play ring toss for hours. Cons, way too big. It keeps falling off and retreating. It causes a train 8 guys deep.
All right.
Well, I gotta ask,
Oh,
for
God.
myself, I mean, for somebody else, not me. Do they have a Magnum size or anything like that? Just asking for somebody else, not for me. Well, on
So I
that,
played,
Work with kosher wieners.
You guys are terrible.
Oh, this may be one of the best things I've ever seen.
ridiculous.
He's crying.
I gotta add this to my wish list.
Yeah, that's something you want on your whatever.
I'm gonna add it to my wife's wish list just to be an asshole.
Nice.
Oh God.
She'd probably be happy. Just you take care of it.
So on Amazon Co UK, they have it as a gift set with the Willy Warmer. Tiny wee.
Now I gotta look up Woolly Warmer. All this because I was looking at shittens.
Well, the shittens are actually kind of funny.
How did we get down this path?
Because
every week.
Cable TV.
Shittens.
Time for the Berry 10.
We already had that. Yeah, we already had.
We already went through the Berry 10. So like John Rott made a big deal of like tweeting that he was going to be on tonight. He hasn't bothered showing up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's what? It's 10 out there, right?
Yeah, I'm all ready to.
So I've got
Call
a question for you.
Oh,
I've got
what?
a question.
What?
Going down the line, what is your most prized board game item
Shittens.
Either game or accessory. Barry.
Go to somebody else. I gotta think about this.
Keith.
Oh, I gotta think too. Damn it! You started. It's your
I got
question.
it.
Holy.
So we make these custom crokinole boards every year, and I give one away and I keep one. So I've got like a stash of crokinole boards that are like custom made for each BGG con. Those are pretty.
So it's one particular one or all of them?
Well, I guess it's all of them. It's the collection. I auctioned off a couple of them for charity, so I don't
Yeah, if I'd
have
have
my-
won one of those, that would have been my item. I could have used that.
Yeah.
I do like my
What happened to that? I gave you that $50 bill. Why didn't you call my number?
John Rod joined the video call.
See,
Hey,
you
John Rod.
talked them up.
His ears were burning.
Were your ears burning there, Mr. Rod?
What are you talking about me? What's going
Yeah,
on?
I was like, John made a big deal on Twitter, like he wanted to be on here, and he hasn't shown up yet. So, all right, here I'm gonna say this. As far as the answer to Robin's question of gaming item / game that I am most proud of for owning,
Most prized.
or most prized, that would be the copy of Viking ATID that Aldi's going to buy me. No, probably. I mean, like if I'm gonna go role playing, I'm gonna say like I still have my like original, like basic D&D set. I don't have a white box set, which upsets me that I don't have like the true original D&D. You know, it's one of those things where it's like I've always wanted to have a copy of it, and like, but you know, to find a set that's actually in really good condition, it's stupidly expensive, and it's just one of those things that I just probably won't ever own. But I mean, like my original Dungeon Master's Guide, Player's Handbook, Monster Manual, they are chewed to hell. I mean, and they're but it's every page crease and pen mark and everything in it, and like scuffing is love, you know, just from like me reading them and rereading them over and over again. So I mean, those are pretty prized by me. But as far as a board game goes, I really like my like nearly mint copy of the original Dune. I got in a trade. I mean, it's like I got it. It's unpunched. I mean, it's just like I got it, and then I immediately said I can't ever play this, and so then I went to the Print and Play Productions that I can't remember if there was name. Andrew has, and I paid him. I paid him like $110 or whatever for his
redo.
Dune. Yeah, his redo, which is beautiful.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, and
That
but
itself might be prized.
yeah, I mean, so I have that. I have his I have before they did the reprint. I have his Merchant of Venus as well, which is beautiful. He does a very good job. I own Axis and Allies 50th anniversary. I mean, that's, you know, a game that won't ever get reprinted. I mean, the new one on my shelf is Mega Civilization. I mean, that's a game that'll never get reprinted. And I can't imagine them making that game again. And but I finally own a copy of Civilization / Advanced Civilization that I can call my own, that I might play twice in my entire life. But, you know, I have it now. So, gosh.
So here's a picture of my favorite board.
Wow.
That's a 2010,
Nice.
like Metropolis.
Yeah, it's even got your
Pretty cool.
name on it. So.
Yeah, it's got my name
Pretty
and
special.
someone else's name.
Looks like a really swanky, glorified, mega golden plated frisbee. What is it?
You know, that's my one regret. My one regret is I didn't get all the
Didn't play frisbee.
No, I didn't go out drinking with Aldi and achieve my goal that I had.
What goal is that?
I'll never tell you, Lance.
He
Oh,
will.
yeah.
He will. Eventually, I will wear him down. He will tell me just out of just two.
Oh, you're trying to get the algorithm behind the BGG rating system.
Not even.
Yes.
Nah, it's not.
How did Pandemic Legacy get to number 2 so quickly?
I'll get the dirt. I will get the dirt.
And why isn't it number 1 already?
I like how everybody an Ameritrash title does that, Space Hulk, and then immediately everybody drags it back down by going in and giving it low ratings. But people are just like, oh, but it's Pandemic, so we can't give it poor ratings or whatever.
Robin, that's my game, Pandemic. The 2013.
Oh, yeah.
And
I haven't finished it yet. That's why I didn't put it up there yet.
What, Legacy? Or?
Not Legacy, the original one. It brought my family together out of a dark time, and it got me into the hobby. So it would be that one, the 2013 version of Pandemic.
Okay.
Or 29,
That's cool.
the original one.
Before I forget, can I play What's in John Roth's Fruit Basket?
Go ahead.
Oh yeah. Let me.
Hold on. It's hold on, no,
Wait. Let it
on.
focus. Let it focus.
No, and let us. Don't tell us, John. Let us guess. Don't grab anything. Don't grab anything.
I think there's pomegranates in there.
I was gonna say a pomegranate. I think there's a pear up on the
I
middle
would
one.
go pear for sure.
On the bottom one, it looks like
Maybe
either
an
an
onion?
apple or an onion. Onions are apples.
Onion
I
or
can't-
a pomegranate.
Maybe there's an but on the top
It's so pixely. I can't.
is
tell.
there maybe
An
there's
egg?
a clove of garlic up on top?
Ding 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 ding
Oh.
ding.
Oh, you got it right.
I got cloves of garlic right. Okay, good deal.
I didn't even see that.
Okay.
Green apples?
Apples in 2?
Ding 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 ding.
Oh, we got
Green
apples.
apples.
Green apples in 2.
Halfsies dice.
Okay, we got the
Lemon.
pears. Okay, so
Onions in 3.
bottom. Any onions in the bottom one? No onions. No onions.
No
Is that-
onions.
is it-
Banana.
Oranges.
Banana. We saw bananas.
Oh, bananas. 2 bananas.
Wiener
Plantain.
Fleener.
Okay, we got 3 bananas there.
Orange or
Orange.
There's an orange, a tangerine,
tangerine.
a tangelo.
Oh, hey, Tangelos are awesome. My dad
What's
has
that-
my
what's
dad
that?
has a Tangelo.
Oh, that's
tree
an
in
apple.
Arizona.
That's an apple, isn't it?
All right.
Awesome.
Is that
Oh,
it?
there's something else.
Well,
Some-
we can't see that, John.
Green onion.
Well, yeah. Is
Oh,
that?
it's a it's a Fresno hot pepper.
Ding ding ding.
Did I really get it right?
If you can guess this last one, I will give you 10 free sets of Halvesies dice.
We can't see it.
Were you putting your hand over? How can I? Okay.
A
Well,
vanilla pod.
Camera's here, Lance.
Vanilla pod.
Vanilla pod.
Is it your balls?
No.
We got a dead fly.
Is it
Is it a helium balloon that says happy birthday on it?
No, but good view.
is it a small photograph of your child?
No, but that would be a good guess and a fun thing to put in a random hanging basket.
Is it a 1977 Tops bubblegum?
Is it a half a stick of juicy fruit?
No, but Juicy Fruit was pretty good. I remember that stuff. Like the first 12 chews, anyway.
Yeah, it's like candy striped
I
gum.
think we're stumped.
Yeah, I don't think
It's not a vanilla pod, right?
It's not. It's a non-food item, so it's like it's completely random. We
Yeah,
can't.
some kind of,
we're gonna get
It's a
distracted.
receipt.
It's a receipt for, yeah.
It's a receipt for Halvesies dice.
No.
It's
It's a shipping
it's a love
notification.
note that you wrote to your beautiful and lovely wife. That I
Ping
can
pong
hear
balls.
that I
Ping
can
pong
hear
balls.
giggling in the background.
It's a calendar.
It was sourced in Western Europe.
Give us a clue.
Peninsula.
Sourced in Western Europe. What I mean,
What?
is it a Nazi?
Western?
Is it vodka?
Western Europe, right?
No,
So
Western.
my bad.
it's
Is
Spain.
it, is it a stormtrooper?
Is it an olive?
Stormtrooper. What are you talking about? Though I heard somebody say that Spike Lee's going to direct the next Star Wars. I don't know what they're getting at, but.
This is a spoiler-free zone, John Rod. Dude, you got us. What is it?
We don't know. We don't know.
We don't know. Is it a purple candle?
What's the timer?
It is a bottle of Lord's water. It is holy water from Lord's France.
Wow.
I told you. You weren't going to get it.
Well, that was my next guess.
You know, sorry, spoiler-free zone, and I ruined that for you, Lance. That's it.
All right, well, thank you for playing What's in John's Fruit Basket, which sounds dirty, but isn't.
It's very literal.
Yes.
I'm proud of myself that I got the Fresno chili.
That was
sprinkle, 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 sprinkle. May you all be very holy this Christmas season.
Is that HOLY or HOLEY?
I don't know. Depends on whether or not you bought your jeans in the 90s and so on.
What are you buying now?
I'm not. I just ran upon a random link of Star Wars Under Armour, and I'm looking at this Darth Vader Under Armour, thinking that no one who has any business wearing this damn thing will ever buy it. And it will be worn by guys that look like me.
I was going to say, certainly won't look like
look
that.
like that.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be worn by guys who think they look like Darth Vader, but in reality look like Jabba the Hutt.
Hey, even though it was revealed later that most of it was very well scripted out, the insult comic dog talking to the Star Wars fans is still 12 minutes of hilarity, even if it was.
A new one?
Even no, I mean the one they did before. It turns out it was mostly scripted, you know, but it was still well done. Triumph, yeah. He's like when Darth Vader says, "This is what I use to breathe." Which one do you press to call your parents to have them come pick you up? You know,
I had a doctor's appointment last week, and I was talking to my doctor about Star Wars, and I said, "Yeah, I've got my tickets for Star Wars." I was like, "Oh, I can buy those now?" He says, "Are you going to dress up?" I'm like, "No." He's like, "I think I'm going to dress up," and I'm like, "Well, yeah, you could pull the Jedi look because you're fit. I would have to go as the Rancor Keeper." You know?
There you go. Well, actually, I mean the Jedi robes are very concealing.
Yeah, he dressed as like Obi-Wan because I happened to be at the doctor's office on Halloween. That's how I knew he liked Star Wars. And the dude looked like frickin' Obi-Wan from like Episode 2. He pulled it off very well. But you gotta like a doctor that'll talk to you about Star Wars.
Did he have the lame little man bun too?
No, he had the tight cut hair, but no man bun. But he had a nice costume, had his lightsaber and everything.
Robin, what's your most prized game?
Probably the Memoir 44 set.
Coming out later this year. Buy it.
Robin, I support that. That's a good game. I
The
like
Memoir
that.
44 set. I've got the bag and the everything. And there's a really cool guy I met at Essen a few years back who's actually Norwegian, and he had it was actually his bag that I got. He sent it to me for nothing just because he knew I loved Memoir so much. And then this year at Essen he came up to me and he handed me a sheet which he'd received. It was a scenario from Memoir from one of the Belgium or French magazines or something like that, which was an extremely rare thing. So the whole Memoir set is probably my prized one.
Cool.
Too bad it isn't a very good game.
What are you talking about?
Sometimes you invalidate your entire review series.
And why you gotta go and poop on somebody else's parade, man? You know.
What? What? I just
Plants.
I didn't put any mustard on anything. What are you talking about?
You hear the question, John, from earlier, or were you?
No, I just jumped in. Is it?
What's your
Robin
most prized game or gaming accessory? And you're not allowed to say King's Armory.
Then I don't have an answer.
No, and that isn't because it's your game. It's just we actually said we had to tell everybody you couldn't pick King's Armory before you're on, because otherwise everybody would have just picked that. So
That's that's a good point.
I don't have a
Appreciate
copy
that,
of
Lance.
King's Armory.
Way to unpoop on parades. That's a very nice thing to do. Is walk around the parade with your pooper scooper.
which is tough, which is really tough to do, because once mustard gets on stuff, man, it is tough to get that taste out of whatever it is that you're making.
It's really true.
Hey, John, do you like mustard?
This isn't going to end well.
No, not at all.
Yes, I do like mustard.
You like mouse turds?
Wow, that was
out. I'm all right with it. Give me a minute. Let me think about it.
Hey, John, do you like fish sticks?
I do like fish sticks.
Do you like putting them in your mouth?
I do like it.
You're a gay fish.
I'm a gay fish.
Lance is channeling his inner 13-year-old. Right?
Yeah, really.
Playboys and his.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the South Park thing. Everybody's seen that South Park episode, haven't they?
I haven't seen it. No. Is that Ghostbusters back there?
Yeah, what a horrible game that
Have you
is.
played it? Have you played it?
I played it. I played it the other day. It is not good.
What kind of game is it? What is it all about?
Boring.
Got it.
Bummer. Oh wow.
Pictionary?
I've played Pictionary probably more times than I've gone to college.
John, I can't see what your favorite game is behind. It's somewhere behind the Pictionary box.
Dude, I played Pictionary during high school, like 4 nights a week, every week. I had like psionic mental connections with people.
So wait a minute. So like, how did the stuffed animals draw?
They were pretty good.
wow.
I mean,
Lance is terrible tonight.
I know. Can you mute the guy who runs the thing? Like, where's the
Yeah, watch.
Yeah. Bow!
Yeah.
Bow! That's what you get! Squirting mustard all over the place. Oh man, that feels good. No, I mean,
Ooh.
lots of good memories over Pictionary. Lots of good memories over Pictionary.
That
You know,
was
actually-
that was a big game in my life too. I played it a
Yeah,
lot.
when my dad's parents were still alive, that was a staple on Christmas. Actually, we would play Pictionary. My grandmother loved it.
Yeah, Pictionary was huge. I'm pretty sure Pictionary was like one of those success in a small company like stories too. Like they were hand making the game and sending them out, and then they got bought by Hasbro or whatever.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah.
Hey, this is my. I mean, it's funny. It says second edition on the box. This is the replacement copy because we literally wore out our first copy of it. It was duct taped. It never left my trunk for about 7 years, so it was always with us whenever we're at a diner or at somebody's house. Like,
Isn't that weird how like sometimes like you'll have stuff in your trunk and then like you just won't ever leave it, and you realize that like you've carried something in the trunk of your car for like 5 years. It's just been like sitting there. Like I had my Kings and Things, the original one from I remember, like I think it was the same company that did like West End Games, I think it was. Like I had that box and it's on my shelf, but I had that game in my trunk for like 5 years. Like just because I brought it somewhere once and I never took it out, and then never mind. It's totally random story. Sorry.
so,
Don't ever let your kids sit in the trunk of your car.
Well, haven't you seen? There's the little handy like guy there that shows if you pull the handle, it opens up and they're able to escape. You know, so I don't have any
like
fear of
that
that.
picture where the guy gets out and
Yeah, and he's like, woohoo!
I'm
like,
free.
I'm free. Yeah, it's great.
Free.
You know?
That hasn't made it over here yet.
tapping handle.
Well, that's because you guys just want to let people die in trunks, I guess, or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Something like that.
Ooh, what's somebody cooking?
probably coffee.
You
Lance wants to know what you're cooking.
Coffee.
Coffee. See? We're in love.
I don't want to hear any food.
Is anybody traveling for the holidays?
heck no.
I am. I leave on. I can't actually stay on long tonight. I just wanted to pop in and say hi to everybody. We're leaving super early Friday. I'll be out of town for 3 weeks.
Wow.
Race-
So you've just
I'm so
published
excited.
across the internet that you're not going to be at home for 3 weeks.
Ha.
What's your address, John?
Yeah, what's your address?
As long as they can get the stuff out of that fruit basket.
I already put it on our mailing list update. It's on our website because I'm telling people we can't ship any of our product. And I'm sure that our 4 viewers are going to be stalking me while I'm gone, right?
Oh.
Nine.
Hey, we're up to 9.
Oh, sorry, 9. Well, that includes
10.
That's including 6
Three,
months.
4, 5. There's 6 of us, so
Well, I'm not watching it, so count me out. I'm not watching.
okay.
I don't have it on right now either.
I rounded up, Lance. I was giving you the benefit of the doubt.
Where are you going?
I'll round you up.
Hey, nobody watches it now, but during the course of the week, we usually break 100, right?
Break 100. I usually get between 250 to 500 views usually.
Yeah. That's great.
So
Just
yeah, it's great. It's me starting it up at work and then just turning the volume down, just trying to get that ad money.
The sweet.
refresh.
Get your 5 cents.
Maybe. I don't even know. I mean, it was weird. Like when I first started doing the AdSense, the Google AdSense thing, it was like I was like clearing a lot of money, and my views haven't really gone down. And it's just like they steadily but slowly but surely just like decrease the amount of money they get. And I looked into it, and they do funky things where they like they F with it. If like you're getting lots of click-throughs or you're getting lots of views, they start paying you less.
Yeah, it's an auction, right?
Yeah, I mean, this just they figure out a way to jam you. But I mean, like I said, it's free money. I mean, it's like literally free money. I mean, I click a button, I let them put ads on my videos, and like, every month I get an email saying you earned this like, $40 or whatever. It isn't like I'm like running away to the bank with it or anything like that. But it's just like, oh, okay, thanks. I've considered turning it off a few times, just because. But no, because like at first people like would complain like, oh, you have ads, but then you realize that like, then people are like, oh, everybody has ads. So it's just like, and nobody pays attention to them. They just
people who nobly leave them down or take them off or whatever. Like that's nice and all, but they might as well just leave them on and get a check for $5 or $20 or whatever it is from.
Oh no, you have to collect $100 and they give it to you. So
yeah,
like,
so great. Enjoy it.
Well, I mean, like I said, I'm not complaining about it. It's just whatever. But how do companies make money? Well, they figure out a way not to spend it. So
Did anybody do the Cards Against Humanity this year?
Nope.
No.
You got the Jew Pack this year.
The Jew Pack?
Yeah. It's the Jew Pack Part 1, apparently.
No.
100% of the Cards Against Humanity writers are Jewish. Can you believe it? A Jewish comedy writer. Anything is possible in 2015.
Interesting side fact: all the Germans, the main Germans and Hogan's Heroes were all Jewish. That is correct, and they did that on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
I forget who the character was, but he actually had the tattoo of the numbers on his arm. I can't think of the guy's name now. It wasn't Schultz or Klink. It was another guy that was a German. Like, you type it up.
Closing a window, actually.
Yeah, no, that was loved Hogan's Heroes. Man, that was a good show. Great show.
Was it a good show? Was it funny?
It was. It was hilarious. Did you never watch Hogan's Heroes?
I did. My stepfather made us watch all those terrible '70s shows like.
Yeah, but Hogan's Heroes wasn't terrible.
Archie
Bunker. Go back.
MASH. I guess I just didn't watch.
MASH was not terrible.
And All in the Family most certainly wasn't terrible. All in the Family is hilarious.
It might have been great, but as a kid, when you don't want to watch that stuff and your parents make you, like, that's what you're watching regardless, you just don't want to watch.
I watched MASH all now, and I liked it.
And Hogan's Heroes had...
I may have missed out on some of the best TV ever.
Well, MASH, I mean, who's your favorite character on MASH, Keith?
On MASH? Probably Hawkeye and Trapper John. Those two.
Yeah, Trapper John, he was a good character.
I like Hawkeye and Captain America.
I like Radar.
My favorite ones were BJ or were either Trapper and Hawkeye or BJ and Hawkeye were just trying to prank each other all the time, or
Who was
everybody.
the guy
in camp.
that dressed
I love
up in
those.
women's clothes?
Klinger.
That's Klinger.
Klinger.
And he was the only one that was in the Korean War on that show.
Yeah, and I liked Winchester. I can't think of David Ogden Steers.
Yep, Winchester was cool.
Winchester was like he was the guy that got sent there because he owed his commander in Japan.
The commander owed him.
owed him $500 from a game of gin or something like that, and so instead of paying him the debt, he had him shipped off to the war zone basically, so he wouldn't have to pay him his $500. And then and Winchester had a good story arc.
He was the antagonist of the show, wasn't he?
Well, no, he wasn't like Burns. He wasn't like Burns. Burns was very much the antagonist because like he didn't get along with any of them, and they all like hated him and everything like that. And he wasn't but like Winchester was actually like a really talented doctor and like a phenomenal surgeon.
Right.
But he was very.
Oh, he replaced Burns.
Yeah, he replaced Burns, and he was very.
I don't know enough about MASH to know that.
And didn't have a lot of emotions and like but he was like that person that like he'd get an episode every third or fourth where he'd get a chance to shine. And he also was a big pranker too. I remember he won like a prank war between him and Hawkeye. Like he totally like destroyed them with some prank.
Well, he screwed the other two were in a prank war and got into a prank war with each other, but it was all because Winchester was manipulating both of them, unbeknownst to both of them. So he was kind of the master prankster in that one. But,
and obviously Henry Morgan as
Harry Morgan just passed away, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, he did. As Colonel Potter was.
Potter. Yeah.
Yeah, he was great.
Didn't he die on the show?
No.
No, the first commander died.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's right.
They killed off a character in a comedy show.
Yeah, like they were doing surgery, and he comes in and he says his plane was ambushed and shot down and crash landed in the Sea of Japan. There were no survivors.
Yeah, it was McLean Stevenson playing Colonel Henry Blake.
Yep.
And it was a contract dispute.
That sounded like you were quoting the scene.
You read like it was yesterday, apparently.
What? Well, no. Yeah, I mean, because Radar comes running into.
But that was the option.
Radar comes running.
Yeah, Radar was crying.
And he's crying, and then they say, and Hawkeye says, "Radar, where's your mask?" Because he doesn't have a mask on, and he's sitting there and he just says, "Colonel Henry Blake's plane was shot down over the Sea of Japan. There were no survivors," and that's how they ended the episode. And like everybody in the operating room just stops and looks at him. Like they just like
they stop and look, and then they go right, and everything's silent, and then they go right back into the patients.
Right back to.
And I mean, that was the big thing. Is like, well, we can't stop our job to be done, so we're right back at it.
Colonel Potter, he donates his horse to the orphanage because the chaplain stays behind. The chaplain, oh man, he was a great archer too. Yeah, the chaplain stays behind to see towards getting the kids that are orphaned, getting them homes. And he leaves him the horse because he figured it would do good there. And then he talks about how he's going to retire. He's not going to go back and because they talk about how he could get promoted and this, then the other thing. And he said no. He said he's spent too much time away from his wife as it is. He's going to go home and be with his wife.
I remember the finale of MASH was just massive.
Oh yeah, it was something like a third of all TVs were tuned in to the end of MASH. Like if a TVs were on or something, it was just some ridiculous amount. Like everybody was watching it at the same time, and it was just it was a total tearjerker.
The finale was 2.5 hours long.
Yep, and that was like David Ogden Stiers. He's got like the 4 North Vietnamese like guys, the POWs. And he realizes they know how to play musical instruments, and so he trains them how to teach Mozart.
and then there's a prisoner exchange, and then they leave, and as they're being driven away, they play the song, because like he can't get them to learn how to play it, and as they leave, they actually play it correctly for him, and he salutes them as they leave, and then like later on they hear there's like a shelling or whatever, and they go to like collect the wounded, and he sees that all 4 of them were killed in like a artillery shell or something like that. And he tries to listen to Mozart on his record player, and takes the record off and he smashes it. And then like later on he's talking about, he's like, I used to think that music was the one thing that I could turn to, even in the horrors of, like when the horrors of war got too much, but now even Korea's even taken that from me as well. And it's just, yeah, it was a tough episode to watch in a lot of ways.
Yeah, even the way it started off with Hawkeye in the mental institution with what went on. So the finale of MASH remained the most watched television broadcast in American history until 2010 Super Bowl.
What?
And yes, and it
Wow.
the episode had basically 106 million total viewers and a total audience of 121.6 million. It beat that year's Super Bowl and Roots, and is still the most watched finale of any television series.
And it was like, the percentage of the households was just ridiculous.
But the fact that it took till 2010 Super Bowl to beat it.
Yeah, when was the finale of MASH? Was it like
1983?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was it? Wow.
February 28th, 1983.
And I remember, everybody were talking about it's going to be the last episode. People that just casually watched the show were...
Like, I recorded it and watched it all the time. I don't know how many times I watched it when I was a kid.
Is MASH on Netflix or anything?
Man, it's on Nick at Night a lot and stuff like that.
I don't think so. I think it's one of those that's kind of like tied up in like who owns what.
I like the movie.
I like, for the longest time, like the Wonder Years. The Wonder Years couldn't be sold. The episodes couldn't be sold. You know why?
Yes, it is on Netflix.
It is all 11 seasons of it.
Yeah, I own all 11 seasons. So
the Wonder Years couldn't be shown because of the music.
Oh
Because they got the music on the cheap, but then it's like,
it's always the music that screws up everything.
That's the same with
at KRP in Cincinnati. They would play the wrong songs because they couldn't get the rights for it, the original songs.
Oh, I love WKRP.
Yeah.
So this is funny. MASH has a common sense maturity rating. Have you heard of that before?
Was it?
Common sense maturity rating?
a great thing about MASH is
If you don't have common sense, you're not allowed to watch it.
MASH is timeless because it doesn't age, because it was aged when it was made, right? So it's not like when you go back and watch The Facts of Life and everything looks like it's
The Facts of Life.
Garbage because it's old. Yeah, it's not high def, but
Oh, wait,
It's
time
still
out.
period.
I want to ask a question since you mentioned it. You get to have carnal relations with one girl from The Facts of Life.
Joe.
Joe, yes. Yes.
She's a dirty girl.
You got,
No, Joe was cool. She's the only girl I liked on that show.
But no. I mean, I'd want to. Actually, my gut says Blair because you'd want to like I don't know, just because she's so uppity, you'd want to like because you just wonder if like she was just the one that stared at the ceiling or if she was hiding something naughty.
Yeah, totally, Joe.
I don't know. I'd be worried that Joe would be like stronger than me.
Actually, let me change my answer. Mrs. Garrett.
Oh, girls! Nobody else has an opinion.
Nobody else probably ever watched The Facts of Life.
Nobody ever watched The Facts of Life.
Don't know what it is.
There's a time you got to grow and show when you're growing about the facts of life,
The Facts of Life. When the world never seems
seems
to be living up to your dreams.
Suddenly you find it.
The Facts of Life are all about you.
I miss
Facts of
good
Life are all
TV
about
themes. Even bad TV themes. I miss TV themes in general.
If you want to laugh, Google up or YouTube up Fonz versus Tom Hanks. There was an episode of Happy Days where Tom Hanks was a
Was he
kid.
tough?
No, he got bullied by the Fonz when they were young, and Tom Hanks learned how to be a karate master, and he shows up and challenges the Fonz to a fight. And so it's a very, very young Tom Hanks, but still great comedic timing on his part and things like that. By the I forget what episode it was too. Hold on, it was
Wasn't George Clooney on The Facts of Life?
Yes.
yes, he was
Was
the
he like
he was the handyman or whatever. He was like I bet he was, but I mean no he. Or and if you ever want to, you can also there was an episode of Mork and Mindy that David Letterman played a con man.
Oh, I kind of remember that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just kind of funny to see them people that you know of one thing, and being something else.
Yep.
Yeah, this is weird. We were talking about old sitcoms, just like last week. We were talking about David Lander and Happy Days.
It always goes back to the sitcoms and sex with you, Lance.
Oh well, you know what?
What else is there? I mean, really?
Hello.
Robin, you had a question. What was it?
Who cares? We were asking. Robin, do you have another brain turner for us?
I don't know if he's there now.
Wait. Scott, what was your pick of the Facts of Life girls?
I don't remember. Who were they?
Joe, Blair,
Natalie and Tootie.
Natalie, and Tootie.
Those were the main four that continued.
Those are the main four. Yeah, those. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think I ever connected with anybody on that show.
Oh, jeez. It's not. I'm not holding you to it. I'm not going to get a date with them for you.
Oh, okay. Joe, I guess. I don't know. She was like a tomboy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was the tomboy.
Yeah, okay. Nothing wrong with that, I guess. Joe.
Fair
I
enough.
can do what you want.
No, that was just anticlimactic. I wanted you to
Tootie,
like.
Tootie had braces, right? I like braces.
And she rode her on roller skates.
Yep.
Like Roller Girl.
Yep. Roller girl. Kim Fields.
Kim Fields. That was
Holy crap! Joe looks good now.
But you have a recent picture of Joe?
Yeah, I'm looking like Where Are They Now article. This is from last year.
What is she doing? Where is she now?
How old is she now? She's got to be in her 50s.
All right, great. LL Bean. Thanks.
Stupid head.
He's doing a little
Shows a hit
Christmas shop in
screen
the
share.
background.
There's Joe.
I can see it.
She didn't look bad.
Nancy McKeon.
Well,
There's
that-
Tootie.
Kim Fields.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kim Fields. Okay, keep going. But she looks exactly the same.
Yeah, she looks
They look
exactly
the
the
same.
same.
Where's Blair? Where's my Blair?
There's Blair.
Yeah, see? Lisa Welchel?
Yep.
I think it was just Lisa Welch on the show.
Wow.
Probably.
And Mrs. G's still alive.
Really?
Good.
Nice. She survived pancreatic cancer.
Wow, that's pretty.
That's pretty rare.
How old is she? She's got to be like 90, right?
Yeah, she's got to be old.
Well, yeah. Good for her.
Yeah.
For still rolling around.
Yeah, good for her.
Was that a spin-off show?
Yeah, it was a spin-off of Different Strokes.
There you go.
Yeah.
Because Mrs. Garrett was the original housekeeper.
Was the housekeeper.
Yep. Spun off, made that.
She takes different strokes. Yes, it does. It takes. So, how did Mr. Drummond father them? I never understood that.
We were adopted.
He only
They were
had one
adopted?
daughter. He had the one daughter, and then Mrs. Garrett replaced the boy's mother. The boy's mother got sick and passed away, and she was Mr. Drummond's housekeeper before Mrs. G. I believe is something like that. I know
No.
that in some way she worked for Mr. Drummond.
Now I know the girl that played the daughters. She passed away.
Right.
Oh yeah, she was a mess.
They've all passed away, I believe.
Todd Bridges too. I thought Todd Bridges was still with us.
Todd might be the only one left. But
Yeah, I think he is.
But I know Gary Coleman
no,
passed
he's
away.
still alive. He's still alive. Todd
Gary
Bridges
Coleman
is still
passed away
alive.
like 6 or 7 years ago.
Todd Bridges is 50 years old. There you go.
And
And he
Like,
looks like J.J. Walker.
we got to get back. I got to get back to our roots, Arnold. I got to back. Remember, he always used to say this. We got to get back to our roots. He always used to say that. And then I know Mr. Drummond. Yeah, he passed away. God, I can't remember when he. But it was
2013.
Yeah, it was fairly recently. Yeah, so Todd Bridges is the only guy left.
Conrad Bain.
What was the Dana Plato?
Dana Plato.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
she turned into a train wreck.
She died young, 34.
Yeah, it wasn't like she overdosed or something.
Multi-drug intoxication.
Yeah. Oh, did you see the toxicology report came back for Scott Wieland? Strangely, he had drugs in his system.
Oh.
That's a surprise.
There's a Rolling Stone article about him, and it's pretty amazing. Like it's a self-written article where he goes through his entire drug history and life, and
Oh, you know what?
pretty rough.
He did what he wanted to do, I guess. I don't know. It's like yeah. Yeah.
Well, I forgot Dixie Carter was on Different Strokes.
So did everybody.
Oh, Nell. Was that Nell?
Nell, yeah.
Yeah, Nell, right? I don't know why that just popped in my head. I barely watched that show.
And then she had Gimme a Break. Right?
No.
Break, guys.
Dixie Carter was on Designing Women.
No, Nell. Nell was
No, she was a different show.
Nell Harper.
Nell Harper.
Was she on?
No.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
not the same person.
Yeah.
But wasn't Nell on? She wasn't on.
I
Facts
don't
Life.
believe she was on any of those. I think she was on her own
She was
show.
another housekeeper. It's
You know-
all about the housekeepers.
Hey, but I was just thinking about this. The Jeffersons was actually a better show than All in the Family. I love the Jeffersons.
Yeah, The Jeffersons was a spin-off of All in the Family.
I have no love for any of those 70s sitcoms.
Really? The Jeffersons was so good.
All in the Family.
Sherman Helmsley was hilarious.
Barty Miller. Fish.
Well, Barney Miller was hilarious too.
What did Fish have his own?
Yeah, short-lived. But yeah, and Abe Vigoda always had some joke about having to go sit on the can for 3 hours. That was his line
Right.
in every bar.
Taxi. I just never liked to watch them. I was like a Perfect Strangers kind of guy for some reason. I don't know. I watched Perfect Strangers.
Wasn't
quite a
bad.
lot.
Wasn't bad.
That was
Bosom Buddies. That was a good one.
That was a
That
funny
was
show.
Tom Hanks and Peter Scolari.
Yeah. That was a good show. Alf, not a good show.
No,
I never watched a single episode.
You never watched Alf? Everybody
Nope.
watched Alf.
Nope.
Think you're lucky.
Nothing. Zero. I couldn't even tell you anything about it. I know it's
An
an
alien. He likes cats.
And, he,
Yeah,
and,
that's
and,
all I
and he
know.
was from, what was the name of his planet?
Melmac.
There you go. Planet Melmac. You know how that-
How
you know
many
how that-
seasons was that on?
Who knows? But
Too many?
100 episodes.
Do you know how that ended? It actually ended on a cliffhanger. It ended with Alf being taken by government agents. He tries to escape and they capture him and they say they're going to dissect him. And then they didn't get renewed for the next season. And so basically Alf got captured and dissected. And that's how it ended.
That sucks.
To be him.
Alf, which stood for, why was his name Alf?
Alien Life Farm.
Thank you, Keith. We're like right here today,
You guys
buddy.
are right on.
But see, now you're in my wheelhouse, which is 80s TV, right? When I was at college, they had the show Remote Control on MTV. I could have destroyed everybody who was ever on that show.
Well, then they wouldn't have had
That
you
was a
on.
great show. Kari Ward, Colin Quinn.
Yep.
Love
Yep.
that show.
Colin Quinn, who
had his moment in the sun and vanished. Yeah.
We should do an '80s trivia night
There you go.
sometime.
As long as it's television, I can do it.
Hey, not to actually like talk about something to do with board gaming,
Well, we already
That's
did
board
that.
games.
but Scott, are you gonna let me do like a symposium thing next year at BGGCon for like just board game media people?
I guess we need to talk about what it would be.
It would be an all nude review.
Perfect.
No, we had blathered at each other a little bit about it in Dallas, and so
Yeah, sure, probably.
I just
Yeah,
thanks for your glowing.
I remember we just
Support.
talked about it for like a minute, so I didn't even really.
Well,
catch it
yeah,
all.
you weren't really paying. You had your real friends to hang out with, so that was cool.
My real friends.
Yeah. But what is that? What is that?
It's John, whatever it is.
So did anybody
Yeah,
else see?
sorry.
Did anybody else see the
I'm not
Independence
from-
Day 2 trailer?
I tried not to watch it. That's the only movie I ever fell asleep in.
Really?
Yeah.
So go back and watch it if you haven't watched it. Go and watch it. So like basically they drive Jeff Goldblum out like across these plains because they want to show him something, and then he gets into this area and there's basically this giant like alien tower that goes up into the sky like miles, and it's just like, and he's stunned when he sees it, and I'm thinking, but why didn't you see it when you were driving towards it? Because it wasn't like he was in the mountains and he was hiding behind Mount Everest or anything like that. I don't know. Just go check it out. It something like that just bothers me. I mean, it looks cool. It'll be worth watching most likely. But
I mean, I'm sure I'll watch it.
I don't. It's a sequel, like 15 years later, though. I mean, it's
20. It's 20 years later.
Is it that long? Yeah, it's a little odd.
At least Goldblum's in it. It's good to see him get work.
I just don't think it needed a sequel.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty much done.
Yeah.
But there's no original ideas anymore, so everything's got to be a
Sure.
sequel or a spin-off or.
Tell that to Jam Sumo.
The board game?
Yeah. Hey, I haven't seen my quote show up on the banner.
I know, I didn't approve your quote. I'm sorry.
Why not?
I don't know. It doesn't. It's kind of. I don't know. It's not appropriate.
What was it? What was inappropriate about it?
It's not. Well, I don't know. It just weird. It's just weird.
Lance, what did it say?
We're doing a support drive to.
I'm not. Go ahead, Scott. You say it.
Lance, it had to do with guns and sex, like he
I'll
usually does
post
it.
it. I'm not gonna say it.
He's not going to say it out loud.
Yeah.
No, he won't even repeat it.
I appreciate the support, though. I really do.
Oh, that's the way he's gonna go.
I don't know. It's just a weird thing.
Nice.
It kind of goes counter to
Should
what
I-
he's
should I have
trying to do, dickhead. That is really funny. I should have saw that coming. I really should have saw that coming.
Well, he can't use that because it's not accurate anymore.
It's not accurate. It's inaccurate. That's the reason.
It's so funny.
I can't believe you wouldn't okay that.
Can I put one on? I'd say I
It's a
support
funny
the
inside
geek, 'cause
joke.
where else the hell am I
Well,
going?
so what? So like I've seen a lot more esoteric of comments that people have posted that are like showing up there. Whatever. That's fine.
I'll approve it. Now you made me feel bad.
No, don't do it.
Don't give in to him, Aldi.
Don't give it.
Hey, thanks, friends.
No, I approved it.
Just change it to I believe it.
You just gotta refresh like 5,000 times to see it.
Well, and it begins. F5. F5.
Yep.
F5.
I supported it because I want to see the new redesign for everyone.
I know. We actually launched a beta. We did an update to the beta last night, and I think we're gonna probably go live with it. Like not live, like push it on everybody, but open beta next week or maybe tomorrow, maybe this week. Not sure yet.
Dude, I love the new game page. I mean, I use it all the
Thanks, man.
time, especially the mobile version.
Oh yeah, the mobile is sweet.
Because I log all my plays. That's the only way I know what the hell I've done. And the mobile is so sweet for logging plays now because it just boom, bam, 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 done. It's so great, right up top.
Yeah,
So,
that was the point. That was the
up
intention.
for you.
Thanks, man.
Is the advanced search or the user search changing at all? The way what data you can pull up. I'm asking because I was
No.
trying to pull up some more data again the other day, and I couldn't get the exact things that I wanted.
We've been trying not to do features yet, because that's kind of where we went wrong with the first redesign. Where if we're doing too many like extra add-ons, it just makes it harder and harder to get it done. You know what I mean? So this is just trying to preserve every feature that already exists on the game page and just make those work really well, and with mobile as well.
Mm-hmm.
But once we get through that stuff, we can go back to the features. And
How can I get a repeat already?
it's RNG, man. RNG.
It's just...
Yeah, get the refresh and get what you want's tough because
And then take a screenshot.
I don't turn my ads off because Board Game Geek's the only site I want to see ads because I care about the content of the ads. I might see something new. And it never fails as soon as I click to go to something else, I see a banner for a second like, what was that? That looked cool. And then I go back and I can't find that stuff.
Yeah, that's been a. I think I need to ask Chad to see how hard it would be to like just maintain a database of the current advertisers and like all their ad banners and whatnot.
Bring back the random pictures.
Bring back the random picture at the footer.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, the bandwidth on that is just ridiculous.
Don't use buzzwords on me.
Price. We have 60 million page views a month.
Yeah, I heard. I saw you begging for more. By the way.
Oh, I was just being stupid on Facebook. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where do you put the I supported because quotes?
You may have collapsed it, or you may have hidden it.
No, I can see where it is, but I just can't. Where do I do my thing?
All right. This is.
Click on. If you click on the support drive thread, I'll find this.
Haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
Quit crying.
2 people see it, Lance. It's how Audie set it up. 2 people.
Well, if he's so smart, he could have said up that I'm one of them.
I see it right there.
Liar.
I know.
It might take a minute to like refresh. We have caching and stuff, right? So it doesn't all it's not all dynamic.
I thought you were trying to raise cash. What?
Cache with a CAG.
Another repeat.
Idiot.
All right, let me see what the timer is on that. You might be wasting your time. Hold on.
I can see it now. Lance will be up to 6 o'clock in the morning hitting F5. Where is it?
Every advertiser currently advertising is wondering why there's so many impressions on their ad this particular day.
It's like.
Lance has a small paperweight resting on the F5 key. Falls asleep at the desk.
No, it should be live.
I don't believe you.
Oh wait,
All right.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes since when I told you it went live. Just wait 5 more minutes. I'm sure we can find something to talk about for 5 minutes. Barry, you've got Ghostbusters too.
Yeah, I haven't played it yet. I got it for.
By the way, hi Barry, hi Keith. I really got a chance to say hi to you guys yet.
Hi, John. So, Robin, you had a question earlier. What was it?
That was like 2 hours ago. What was it? Okay, yeah, it was because the holiday period's coming up, and John was in such a holiday festive humour last night. So I was wondering It's the only time of year where I get to play games with family. My family aren't gamers. What game are you most looking forward to introducing to your family?
Unusual Suspects, because I want to show them how racist they are. I mean, no, I'm just kidding.
I think the game I'm most interested in introducing to them is Robin's Kickstarter game that's coming up later on this year that we should all go buy.
Robin's not doing Kickstarter. Oh,
Oh, no. Robin got
He's too good for that.
No, I saw your question in the comments. My family's not into gaming, and it's kind of not worth trying. So, but having game days, I have like because my wife's from Buffalo, so I like married into the town. So some of the local games, like they just got a new game store that opened up in June. I'm really excited to go see, and yeah, just to see my old Buffalo buddies. Play whatever they feel like playing. They're having a game day at the new store or whatever on a Sunday right after I get there. So, yeah, whatever that is, I'll call that my family on that day, and whatever they want to play is what I'm looking forward to playing. It's just going to be good to hang out with them again. Probably explore kittens because Lance likes it so much.
What's that?
What about you, Keith?
I don't really thrust games upon the family because I don't go anywhere to play them. Like if I drag out a game, my son always asks if he can play it, so it's not that big a deal. What I do is I thrust it upon my coworkers at the holiday party. So this year I'm going to take Deception Murdering Hong Kong, Code Names, Giant Rhino Hero, and something else I was going to take. I can't remember what it was though. So I'm going to take that and annoy my coworkers. They usually have a good time. They're like, wow, these games are cool. How come we can't find games like this?
Okay. What say you, Lance?
I'm sorry, I'm still hitting F5.
He's not kidding.
What games are you playing with your family this year? Like your non-gaming family? What are you looking forward to introducing them to, if anything?
Everybody in my family is a gaming family person, though. I don't know. I mean, I don't see I don't see the other members of my family that aren't. So it's like, I don't know. I mean, I'll just play any. I mean, every time I bust out a game, my 4-year-old son asks to play, which is great, but also can be counterproductive because of the fact that like I've got to like, okay, let's figure this out, and then like, okay, you can help me, and then you can help by stacking the cubes here. Okay, you go ahead. I mean, my daughter will play anything, and then like she gets frustrated if the games are tough, but I don't, but I try to help her and teach her, and I just have to beg my wife to do it, and then she will. So there. Hey, I don't know. I'm with games, anything I get. I mean, my wife and I are excited about the new Time Story, packet expansions because we've enjoyed playing that. So, I mean, there's an answer.
That's an answer, Barry.
It is an answer. Thank you for telling me.
Unusual Suspects. Try to think what else. I can't go too heavy with them, so it'll probably be some other social deduction game or party type game. Yeah. Yeah.
Thrilling.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play a lot of Heads Up. You guys played Heads Up yet?
I haven't.
No.
You know it? So it's an app. So the person who is guessing the clues puts the phone on their forehead. I don't know if you guys can see this.
Yeah, I've played this with in at work at my job.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. We played it a bunch. So I put this on my forehead, and then you have to get me to say the words on the screen by giving me clues.
And you can't just read them.
I can't.
Santa is...
What?
What?
Santa is a jolly old...
I don't know. Elf?
There you
Yes. Ding.
So I got one.
go. Yggdrasil.
Horrible.
What?
Yggdrasil.
Yggdrasil?
Yep.
Thor.
Nope.
Give me
What is-
something. I'm
What
sure
is
you guys have.
What is Yggdrasil?
A
In the middle
movie.
of
These are movies, by the
A
way.
movie with what was that? Was that Clive Owen? Was in that?
Gosh, man, it was
A movie
terrible.
with Clive Owen. I'm trying to turn the volume up.
Okay. Well, this
Come on,
is
give me more clues than that.
okay.
These are movies.
Norse mythology. The
They had one of these in the Garden of Eden, except for it was
which
of
is called
knowledge.
It's
Yggdrasil.
a tree of life.
There you go.
A Hawaiian Disney movie.
Oh, look, fluff. You guys are terrible.
You're terrible.
Hawaiian Garden.
We didn't even have a chance to get going. Start it again. We'll do it right.
All right, let's do another one.
Oh, this is great.
All right. I gotta stay on Aldi though.
I'll put it closer to the camera.
Oh,
You
for
grab-
crying
Oh,
out loud.
for F's sake.
What? Hey, okay.
Category we can do.
Not kind of about affection.
Can we not have shitty movies
Is this the pass?
as a category? Okay, Pixar movie about insects.
Bug's Life.
There you go.
Yep.
Movie
African
about
alien
aliens
movie.
in South Africa.
A movie about what? Aliens in South Africa?
Apartheid aliens movie.
It's definitely one number higher than 8.
And it's less than 10.
Oh, District 9.
There you go.
Go.
John
Smith married her.
Indian.
John Smith married her. John Smith married her.
John Smith married her?
Sort of.
Disney movie with an Indian.
Indian girl.
Pocahontas.
There you go. What
Whale,
do you do when
jumping
you
on
unzip your
He really wants to get out.
I can't hear anything.
I said, what do you do when you unzip your pants?
Love Actually, it's like one of my favorite movies. What do you guys do?
Oh,
Hey, I said it's not kinda about affection. That was decent.
Wow, you guys are terrible. So they have a whole bunch of categories. It's pretty fun, actually. Like,
you just actually caused people to cancel buying the app.
I know. wait, let me find the '80s one. Hold on.
Oh,
There we go. Totally '80s.
All right. Everybody be quiet and let Keith do it.
Keep me and you, Keith.
All right. Movie with Tom Selleck and Steve Guttenberg.
Cocoon.
No, with another gentleman who I forgot who he was.
Oh, three men and a baby.
There you go.
Ted Danson.
Five Goes West.
Say again.
Five Goes West.
That doesn't help me. I have no idea.
Mouse.
Animated.
It's an animated. Is it a
Animated
movie?
mouse. Yep.
I'm gonna pass. I don't know.
Yep. Roadhouse. Ghost.
It's an actor.
It's Patrick Swayze.
Yep. Bette Midler with some other lady, and it's
Ocean's
a female
Beaches.
movie. There you go.
Beaches.
Yep. Glenn Close and Michael Douglas. Bunny Rabbit.
Yeah. I know it. Hold on. Fatal Attraction.
Yep.
So it records the video of people telling you the clues.
Oh, really?
You can watch the video back. Yeah, it's pretty neat.
And then you go, what the hell were you thinking?
Yeah, so you can watch our awesome video of me pointing at the screen.
Look at your monitor.
It's pretty fun. We should have played it for a long time. There's a bunch of categories. It's free, or no, I think it's 99 cents. And then the categories.
I don't know. 99 cents.
It's an app, but it's totally a board game. So.
The categories are 99 cents. It's a board game.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Oh,
And there's some charade stuff too.
somebody's in trouble.
Totally.
I'm gonna bring that
Probably
up.
me for
I'm gonna
not
bring
going
that
to bed yet.
I'll probably bring code names.
Yep.
Yeah.
One night I'm gonna bring One Night Ultimate Werewolf.
That didn't go over so well with my group, with my family.
No. Yeah,
No.
I'm giving that a 50-50. But if it goes over, it's pretty fun.
Fair enough.
What
All right,
are the
well,
games that are there?
It is almost 1 o'clock. I need to get my beauty sleep if I'm going to be able to survive the movie
Star
tomorrow.
Wars.
Yep.
We had a
Yep.
ton of beauty sleep.
Did you find your quote yet?
No, I'm convinced you're lying to me, and you're
I
just.
put it in there, man.
I'm convinced.
He did put a quote in there.
Maybe you have to actually donate to be able to see your quote.
It was there. I saw it. All right.
So you say.
Well, happy holidays, everybody.
Yeah, and we'll try to do one next week too, but I don't know how many people will be available. But I hope you all get tons of awesome.
The 23rd.
What?
23rd.
Yeah.
Wow.
I hope you get awesome gifts. If I don't talk to you a week from now. And,
Yeah, ditto, guys. It's good to see everybody.
Hey, when are you relaunching Adapt? By the way.
January 19th.
All right, I got that stuff with the actual art on it now. So.
Yeah, appreciate you doing a second take on it.
No, that's okay. That's no problem. Hey, that art, it's really nice.
Thank you.
Looks like it cost you a pretty penny.
Yeah, a couple bucks.
About $6,000.
You weren't on earlier. There was some good-natured fun.
Wait, who was it?
That definitely wasn't at anybody's expense. So.
Oh yeah, sure. Not on this show.
Not at all. What are you talking about?
You would never take pot shots at somebody who's not here to defend themselves.
No, not at all. But if you go back and listen to about the 45-minute, I don't know what it was.
It was like 5 minutes before you came on.
Jim Felly was on. He was talking about the fact that he had found an artist on DeviantArt to do some work for him, and I just said, "No, did you pay them $6,000?" And
hey man,
womp womp.
Womp womp.
Right. Hey, it's the right thing to do, man.
Hey, I'm not gonna argue with that. I mean, because the game does look amazing. You know, the artwork looks great. So I'm not gonna question that at all. It's just it was one of the more fun conversations that's ever happened on this illustrious show. So it's a callback. You know, maybe somebody will.
I'm alright with it. I'm alright with it, and even Travis conceded that he ended up paying something similar. He said, "I've realized that I finally need to start paying my artists," or something like that.
Nice.
We can't be doing what we've been doing, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, everybody, be good to everybody, and be have an awesome holiday season. I hope you get lots of games and other stuff, and I hope the people that you gave gifts to appreciate them and appreciate the effort and the feeling and whatever that you put into you showing your appreciation for them. So I know my kids will. I fully know that I went overboard and bought especially my son. I bought him way too much Batman stuff, and I know it's all going to run together for him. But it's going to be an absolute joy for me to watch him tear that stuff apart, and then of course to get down on the floor and play Batman with him for a few hours. That's more for me than anything. So yeah. So, but all right. For those of you, does anybody have anything they want to pimp? Anything they got coming up? You got whatever? You got something? Hey, if you hang out on BGG, go give Board Game Geek $15 and support them, and you'll get a bunch of Geek Gold in return. Well, how much is a Geek Gold worth now in money?
It's up to $162.51. How much is it worth? It's
worthless.
It's not worth any money.
That's not true because people sell it for money all the time.
They do?
You don't know that?
No.
Go to the bazaar and go to either
Oh, they just found a new revenue stream.
You get a Geek Gold for every buck you pledge.
Well, so hold on. Browse active. Let me see here.
Geek Gold would be worth roughly.
So people sell
like $15, like it's just like people have like sold. Like you go to your miscellaneous or go to your bazaar, go to the geek store or geek auctions,
Yes.
and people will sell like their geek gold for money.
Oh, people are buying Geek Gold.
Yeah, they buy other
Oh,
people's
so people
geek
are selling.
gold.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah, so I mean, and
Okay, well,
Whatever.
all right. Hey, I haven't done this in a long time.
$3 for 121 Geek Gold.
Well,
All
I mean,
I do is give away Geek Gold. I can't find anything else.
so look
to
at it
do.
this way: you could take the 162 geek gold you'll get for the $15, and it's really only
It's
like
all for
donating
free.
12,
Yeah.
because you're
Yeah.
getting $3 back.
Yeah, or you can
Yeah.
spruce up your avatar, or give it to other people who just start.
Yep.
Or
That's what I do with mine now because I've
yeah.
already
we
spruced
need
my
to
stuff
come up
up.
with some more ideas to use Geek Gold for sure.
Well, it used to be a bigger deal.
Well,
You're
it was rare. It was rarer. Remember the whole Geek Gold bounty stuff?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I
yeah.
may bring that back. That'll be kind of interesting. But it was easy to. What's the word? Break it, exploit it.
Exploit it.
Yeah. So if I wanted a picture of A and I offered Geek Gold for it, people could exploit that system and basically get multiple Geek Gold for the pictures or whatever. It was an exploitable system. I need to just make it a better thing. Like if I pay $10, $10 Geek Gold for a review of a game, anybody who did a review during that period would get paid the 10. I don't know if you remember that. That was a long time ago.
It was the only thing I remember of any Geek Gold exploit that anybody used was the auctions where people would just donate back and forth to each other, so they could superficially pimp up their chances of winning auctions. And so what people were doing then were like they were doing collusion where they were doing that back and forth, and then theoretically then those two people would win each other's game, and then they wouldn't bother
I see what you're saying.
actually sending
Right.
the game, and then they were collecting everybody else's Geek Gold.
Right. That sucks. I didn't know anything about that. Bummer.
Well, they caught them and they
Okay.
banned them. So I mean,
I get like if I give you 50 to go in on your auction and you give me 50 to go on my auction,
there's-
we both win each other's auctions.
we don't actually
we don't
give
actually
each
send
other
anything.
anything. Yeah.
And we collect all the other people's.
Oh, at the very beginning, those Geek Gold auctions, which was a cool idea, and I did them for a while. I mean, because it was like there was stuff on there. That's how I got my my copy of Andrew's
Tyranny?
no Venus.
Merchants.
Of Venus, yeah. That was like one of those things where it was like, it was cool, but then like what happened? But then people were like screwing with it because like it was like we didn't have a tool that allowed you to like roll or
Nice.
generate the number,
Yeah.
and so you were just it was based on this idea that people were going to be honest, and I think a lot of times people were, but I think a lot of times people just were like, oh, I don't really want to send my game overseas 'cause that's
Yeah,
going to
so I'm gonna
cost me
pick
like
somebody
$60.
from the United
So I'm
States.
gonna keep hitting my randomizer,
Until I get somebody who I want.
yeah, until I get okay, yeah, you live in Florida. I can just put this in a priority box and pay $11 and you'll get it instead of paying $65.
International shipping.
Yeah, so stuff like that,
Yeah,
and it was-
that's why I don't want Geek Gold to have any value, like outside of the site, because it just brings out the worst kind of things. Anyway,
yeah.
but I appreciate all the support. It's been awesome. This year has been like through the roof. Like we're well ahead of last year's goal, so
Good.
pretty awesome.
Well, you do good work on there, and it's a valuable tool
It's going
for
into the site. I
us.
mean, people think I'm lining my pockets.
We know you are, but that's
But,
okay. We're
Yeah,
okay with
I
that.
saw your hotel room. I know you're
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, my hotel room. You only have to sell 3,000, hotel nights to get that room.
All right, you just don't try to like pretend or whatever. I don't even know where I'm going with this. I'm just babbling at this point. I'm so tired.
Well, I think when people see the beta, they'll realize, that we're improving the site, definitely trying to make it the best thing it can be.
And what is the best thing it could be?
I don't know. What is
Oh,
the best thing? It's never attainable.
I just thought of another movie, another show.
And
Is it
it,
the Beach
no.
Combers?
What?
Beach
And-
Combers.
Beachcombers.
No. Believe it or not, I'm
Greatest American
walking
Hero.
on air.
I did not watch that.
I think they're doing a Greatest American Hero
So
movie.
Free,
God.
flying away on a wing and a prayer.
You know, that show just made me angry.
Who could it be? It did.
I
It
wanted
was
them
like,
to find the manual and learn how to use the suit. Like,
yes,
That was like, I was like frustrated that he could never do what he wanted to do.
it was. It was extremely frustrating.
It
That
was
like,
so frustrating.
yeah, it was like they couldn't.
They wanted a superhero show, but I don't know. It was a weird deal. It was before
Well,
its time.
Yeah, but the thing
Like, I
was,
think
like,
if they brought it out again now, it'd be cool.
well, now it would be, you'd get Nathan Fillion to play the guy, and
Yeah.
and he'd be all smarmy and whatever, and just
It could
Yeah.
be it could be rebooted. I feel it could be. Because there's so much superhero crap now, you're just like bored with it.
who was the
Back
guy?
then,
Who was the
there
guy
was
who played? I can't think of his name.
Um,
With the white afro.
the Jerry Curl.
The Jerry curl, yeah.
It's on tip of my tongue.
I can picture him.
I can picture him.
The only episode of that I really remember,
William Cat.
William
William
Cat,
Cat.
thank you. The only episode that I really remember is when they it's the major league team or whatever, that like baseball team, and then there's somebody like that's it's like threatening, like they're trying to, like the mob or whatever is trying to get them to
Fix the game.
fix the games, and like and the guys that aren't, they're getting beat up or whatever, and so then what happens is that so William Cat was like he was a pitcher in high school or something like that, and of course now he's super strong,
Right.
and he can throw the ball like 110
I kind of
miles
remember
an
that
hour.
too.
Yeah, and so then like so they get him to go in there and pretend to be, a pitcher or whatever, and so then of
I
course
think that show could come back for sure.
what was who played the cop that was in on it, the new
Robert Culp.
Robert Pulp, there you go. Culp, thank you. Culp. Yes. No, I was yeah, well, it happens, but
That show was great. I mean, but it was before its time, right? Like, you have this superhero show that makes fun of superheroes, but not having all. There was no real superhero shows at the time, were there? In the early '80s,
no, I mean there was like the Wonder
like
Woman
Batman
and
stuff.
stuff
Yeah, well,
like that,
I guess
but
Wonder
yeah.
Woman. Yeah, there was Wonder Woman and Bionic Man and all that stuff.
But yeah, no, I see where you're going with what you're saying, and yeah, I mean it just it didn't work,
It was just frustrating. Every time I watch it, I'm like, if he had just found that manual, he would be able to do all the stuff he wants.
Oh
to
yeah,
do.
I will fully admit you'd watch him fly and you'd just be
Right.
annoyed. He's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah,
I
it's
can't
the
fly.
stupidest. You didn't know how to land.
Yeah,
You
and
didn't know
then
any of the powers that he
yeah,
had.
and
You
then
just figured it out.
like if somebody started shooting at him, he'd like cover his eyes because he was worried he'd get hurt, and he just couldn't. And you're like, idiot, you're bulletproof. You're just getting okay. Yeah, I'll fully admit that was aggravating.
It was a frustrating show, but I
It
think
was. And it didn't last very long either. It was just like
yeah. So Fox has ordered a pilot in 2014 by the producers of the Lego Movie.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be good.
believe it or not, George isn't at home.
That's all I can think about it.
Yeah.
Is that now.
Yeah, when he
Leave a
had that.
message at the
Oh,
beep.
what was that?
George Costanza. He had
Seinfeld.
he had
Yep.
his message was, believe it or not, George isn't at home. Just
Leave your message
Do you
at
guys
the
remember
beep.
the infomercials for the wacky answer machine tapes?
Oh yeah.
oh yeah.
Where it was always that kind of stuff. Where I can't remember any examples of them, but
my parents still have an answering machine that runs on a tape.
Really?
And
That works? The
and
tape's not disintegrated?
I call them, and it's like, and it's the same. Yeah, it's the same message my mom recorded like 30 years ago. I mean,
Wow.
it's like,
I'm amazed the tape plays.
and it happens. It inevitably it happens every single
Crazy
time I
calls.
call when they don't they don't hear it right away or something.
Right, you get to hear it.
And so it's just like, it's like, hi, I can't come to the phone right now. If you leave your name and number, and then I'll hear them pick up the phone, and they're like, hold on.
And then
You have to listen to them still listen to the message.
And then, of course, since they have the phone up and I'm on there, it's like you can you're getting the feedback because there's the open line, and I'm like, oh my God, why didn't I just hang up the phone? Just.
Hey, how I'm sorry that I'm not at home, but when I get the message on the telephone, you'll be the first one on my list. As soon as I get home, but now I must insist, your name and number now, and a message to promise you that I will soon be back to you.
That's a pretty good one.
Hey, Lance, have you considered buying them something new?
Well, what? They have voicemail that they get free with their phone. They just choose not to use it. They don't set it up.
After the beep, leave your name, number.
Oh God! just why? Why? I just.
No one's home. No one's home. No one's home. No one's home. I'm so sorry, but I can't.
I would have bought this tape.
Of course you would have.
I'm glad you called, but I'm not home. But I'll be back before too long. You gotta seek your star, baby. This is all you got to do.
We're regressing at this point.
Okay, yeah, we were gonna finish, right?
Yeah, my favorite
Wait.
answering
This is
machine
probably
was
the best one right here. Oh yeah, I remember this from the commercial.
Well, play it.
Nobody's home. Nobody's home. You leave your name and number at the sound. I'll get right back to you as soon as I'm around. And if you do, my word is true. I'll get in touch with you.
Okay.
My favorite one people
they
did.
sell ringtones. Go ahead, Keith.
The favorite one I did was, we're sorry we're not home right now. We thank you for your call. We are such merry people. We love you one and all. Please leave your name and phone number. We'll call you back with luck. But if you should hang up too soon, go take off flying. And, of course, that is the beat. That was the one when I was younger I liked. So.
Classic.
Yep.
All right, gentlemen. It's been a little slice of heaven.
Yes.
But yes, if I don't see you next week or I don't talk to you before the holidays, please have an awesome holiday. Everybody who took the time to listen to us live, thank you very much. That was really awesome of you to do so. If you're listening to this afterwards, you're really awesome for doing that as well. So have a happy and safe holidays. Maybe I'll talk to you guys on the 23rd. It'll be good. I think most of us will have seen Star Wars.
I think I'm going to see Star Wars that day.
We can.
No, the day before.
We can. If we meet up that night, we can sit there and we can dissect it. We can talk
Spoilers?
forever. Well, I mean, at that point, we can say spoilers heavy. Don't watch this if you haven't watched Star Wars. And then we can go from there. So.
Of course, it is live and people could join and get spoiled.
That's true.
You can have a banner the whole time.
There you go.
Well, everybody can just say spoilers alert before they say anything.
The bottom third just says spoilers.
You could just say, I'd like to just say spoilers. That I think spoilers. But yes, all right. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everyone. Merry Christmas.
And you.
Just
It's
wait
not
for the button.
stopping.
Turn it off.
I did. It's
Oh
just
no,
not stopping.
it's perpetually live.
It is perpetually live.
Oh, now we can really talk.
Has anybody played Grand Austria Hotel?
I haven't played it yet.
I'm
Nice
eyeballing that.
drafting, baby. It's
No, but I can tell you at Eston, I've never seen people look so bored as the people demoing and.
Oh,
Says
okay, no,
failed
that's
to-
not a good thing.
failed to stop broadcast. They
We're
don't.
still live, by the way, guys.
No, I know.
Okay. Make sure. It's still it won't stop.
It's still live after Lance left.
And he has to control it, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess if we all hang up, it'll.
I guess if we all disappear.
All right. Good night, everybody.
See you guys.
Uh,
Yeah, for real.